listen-only mode.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. We do not have an invocation, but if we could please take a moment for a few moments of silence. Thank you very much. If you are able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please call the roll.
Vieira.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Dietrich.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here. Thank you very much. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the Tampa City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Today is Thursday, September 24th, 2020, and this 9 a.m. virtual workshop meeting is being held in accordance with the declarations and provisions of the Governor's Executive Order 20-69 and 20-193, as they may be further extended, and the emergency rules of procedure as adopted and amended by City Council. It's being conducted this morning by audio teleconferencing only with video presentations, which is remote participation referred to by the state of Florida statutes as communications media technology. This morning, the public and the citizens of Tampa are able to watch, listen, or view these meetings on cable TV and on the internet at tampagov.net/live stream and on the City of Tampa, Florida's Facebook. Council, since this meeting is being conducted with the use of communications technology, the following alternative methods had been established for members of the public to offer public comment during the meeting. The internet and the web, which was available for registration at tampagov.net/public comment, one word, no space, and by voicemail, by regular mail, and the opportunity to speak remotely for those people who don't have communications media technology, a laptop or a desktop or an iPad, let's say, and that is available for the public at the Tampa Convention Center. Please note, Council, that per your direction, the public comments pre-recorded and live will be heard at the start of the workshop, and that is different than what appears on the agenda, but that was by direction of Council. Written comments have been distributed to City Council and will be received and filed to be made part of the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelby. Madam Clerk, we have, is it 11 speakers that have registered to speak live?
That is correct, sir.
And how many recorded messages do we have? Is it 3?
We have 3 recordings.
And is there anyone at the Tampa Convention Center?
At this time, there is no one at the Tampa Convention Center.
Okay, we'll begin with the registered live speakers. I will keep time with my timer. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. I ask that they please state their name when they begin speaking, and if there's any changes, I'll bring it up. So if you would like to begin with public comment, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The first speaker we have is Kelly Benjamin.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning. Just wanted to comment about the workshop on the Civilian Review Board. As you know, we've been, working on this issue for quite some time, brought up by Councilman Goods in order to restructure this board that was created over 5 years ago by Mayor Buckhorn to address some of the issues in our community surrounding trust, mutual respect, accountability, transparency. And, this is a, historic moment now in this country, dealing with issues of race and equality. And this is one avenue to, begin to address it and take that energy from the streets that we've seen throughout the summer nationwide and put it into concrete public policy to begin to heal some of the wounds that we've had in our own community with that came about from issues like biking while black and some of the pattern of discriminatory policies that we've seen in the city of Tampa in regards to the way people are treated. And so I just I urge folks to remember that the spirit of this is to create trust and good government and accountability. And this is not in any way and shouldn't be intended to be seen as a thorn in the side of law enforcement whatsoever, but an asset to our community and to empower our neighborhoods and our community to be able to have a say in the way that communities are policed. There is Chairman, representative from NACOLE, the National Association of Law Enforcement Citizen Oversight Review Committees. I probably messed up that acronym, but on the line, as I had mentioned to you via text. And so if you could provide her perhaps with 5 minutes, and she's also available for comment after, or any questions or concerns that folks on the council have. But I thank you for the workshop. Look forward to the presentations and a robust discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Shaw.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Shaw, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is James Michael Shaw Jr. I'm a local attorney and I'm a Tampa citizen. And for the last 13 years, I have chaired the legal panel for the Greater Tampa chapter of the ACLU of Florida. I'd like to focus my comments this morning on the subject of subpoena power for the Citizens Review Board, because I think there are misunderstandings that maybe I can clear up today. First off, in case it isn't absolutely clear already, LEOBOR, the Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights, forbids city agencies from interrogating police officers facing discipline. That is not on the menu. Anyone who tells you that that's something that could happen if you give the CRB subpoena power is being paranoid or misinformed or both. That is not something that you have to worry about. But then we have heard the refrain, well, if the CRB can't do that, then what's the point of having subpoena power? And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. People have cameras on their doorbells now. Businesses have surveillance footage. There are very few places anymore where you can be outside that you are not on somebody's camera. And it is vital that the CRB should be able to obtain such footage. Without subpoena power, the people and the businesses who have such footage would have no obligation to share it with the CRB. And they could, in fact, be pressured not to, either by the police themselves or by misguided citizens who think that they're doing a service to law enforcement by shielding them from the sunlight. Even without such pressure, everybody knows that Ramsey Orta, the fellow who filmed the murder of Eric Garner, was subsequently hunted and trailed by vengeful Staten Island police officers waiting for him to do something wrong. And when they finally caught him doing something wrong, because you really can't have eyes on you at all times and never break any laws, he ended up serving 4 years in prison. And so whether TPD would really do something like that is not the question. All it would take is for the person holding the critical evidence to be unwilling to take that chance when there's no consequences to just holding on to the evidence. The same is true for providing testimony to the CRB. For the CRB to be able to conduct meaningful investigations, it needs to be able to obtain documents and footage and testimony, even if the Professional Standards Bureau did not obtain those documents and footage and testimony. And it can't do that without subpoena power. That's why it's so important. A CRB without subpoena power is a toothless tiger. In 2015 and even today, there was this refrain that you don't have the power to do that. Yes, you do. The refrain of, gosh, we wish we could help you, but we can't, is not going to fly in 2020 like it did in 2015. The public knows the difference between the lack of power and the lack of will. We circulated a memo detailing exactly why and how you do have that power, and I will stay on the line to answer any questions about that. I also want to point out that as Kelly did, that you do have on the line Cameron McElhenney from the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement on the line. That's a national resource center for civilian oversight boards nationwide. She's graciously allowed to make herself available today during this workshop to answer your questions, and I hope that you'll take advantage of that. But 75% of major U.S. cities already have a CRB similar to what we are asking for. All we're asking to do is for Tampa to catch up with the rest of the country. What we're asking for is exactly what Miami has already. The sky has not fallen in Miami, and it will not fall in Tampa either if we catch up to the rest of the country on this issue. It is the right thing to do, and please do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jamie Clappos.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Jamie Clappoltz. I'm an attorney and Tampa resident as well. And I'd like to focus on the importance of giving the Citizens Review Board an independent attorney that is not part of the city attorney's office. And the reason that that's so important is because having an independent attorney would allow the CRB to get unbiased advice regarding the extent of its powers and authority. And if it wanted to issue a subpoena, for example, that would be something that the independent attorney could advise on. And it's very important that that attorney have no other allegiances or conflicts of interest. Outside of subpoena power, if the CRB wanted to obtain public records or wanted to conduct an investigation or a review on a matter relating to the Tampa Police Department, it's crucially important that the CRB have an attorney that they can count on to provide unbiased advice about that without any competing interest from members of the administration who may not want to see a particular investigation or review go forward. Without, true independence, the CRB can't be effective in its role of ensuring that there's public trust and accountability with the Tampa Police Department. And it is my understanding that outside attorneys have been retained for other boards in the past on an hourly basis, so it wouldn't be a full-time staff member. It wouldn't be that much of a budget commitment. And it's my understanding that that could be done through a contract with the city that's approved by city council. And so we would be fine with that, so long as we're talking about an independent attorney who just does not have any conflicts of interest or competing interests with other members of the administration. And so we would hope that that's something that you will very seriously consider incorporating into the CRB ordinance. And I will stay on the line as well if you have any questions about the draft language that we submitted to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Justin Coffey. If you could hear me, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good. Hello, everyone. My name is Justin Coffey, and the two previous speakers before me, James Shaw and Jamie Clampos, I believe is her name, I really feel said what was necessary in regard to having subpoena power and also making sure that the CRB has an independent attorney. I also think that this is absolutely necessary. And in addition to maintaining its independence, I think that we should also think about the appointments that are going to be made for the CRB. I think that if the city mayor is appointing more than 1/3 of its members, it definitely can lead to issues of conflict of interest. And I think that the board will be very susceptible to pressures from outside. So in regard to just maintaining its independence and making sure that this isn't a toothless tiger, I think it also needs to be considered, these appointments to the board. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Cameron McElhenney.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on the enhancement and strengthening of civilian oversight in the city of Tampa. My name is Cameron McElhenney, and I serve as the Director of Training and Education for the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, also known as NACOL. In the United States, NACOL is the preeminent civilian oversight association, and its board of directors, staff, and members are the leading experts in civilian oversight. Our membership is comprised of civilian oversight practitioners, volunteer board members, current and former law enforcement, community members, academics, and more. At its core, civilian oversight can be broadly defined as independent, external, and ongoing review of a law enforcement agency and its operations by individuals outside of the law enforcement agency being overseen. While the establishment of civilian oversight alone cannot restore law enforcement's legitimacy, it is difficult, if not impossible, to maintain public trust without it. As such, developing effective and adequately resourced civilian oversight is among the several strategies that must be employed to rebuild community relations with law enforcement. NACOL works to assist people to better understand civilian oversight, its principles, the benefits of its implementation, and effective practices. There are many benefits to establishing effective and sustainable civilian oversight for both the community and law enforcement, but I'd like to specifically focus on the internal and external benefits for law enforcement. Internally, it can enhance risk management systems or strategies, improve quality and integrity of investigations, improves agency performance, and increases transparency within the department. Externally, it can enhance credibility of the law enforcement agency with the public, encourages citizens to be proactive in reporting crimes in their community to a law enforcement agency that they can trust, improves perceived quality and integrity of the investigations, and creates a structured and constructive mechanism for the public to provide input into policing. NACOL has recently completed research and a compilation of the principles of effective and meaningful oversight, as well as effective practices that a city should strongly consider when trying to implement meaningful oversight. Although there are 13 principles to consider, I'd like to highlight that they include independence, timely and unfettered access to records and facilities, adequate funding and operational resources, public reporting and transparency, community outreach, as well as community input, and procedural justice and legitimacy. I would like to also share just a few of the effective practices that we recommend. Access to information, disciplinary sanctions for failure to cooperate, subpoena authority, ongoing professional training, adequate staff to carry out the mandate of the agency, ability to conduct independent investigations, publishing and presenting regular data and reports, prohibitions against retaliation, and independent counsel. Although I've run out of time at this point, please know that I am available to provide additional information about oversight, its practices, and examples of cities that have successfully implemented these effective practices, and will stay on the line in case you would like to ask any additional questions. Thank you.
Do you need another minute or two?
No, but I can be available for more questions.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Matthew Yampolsky.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
go ahead. Yes, we can.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. So just to parrot what Mr. Shaw said, I'm here to request, so the majority of the appointments go to the mayor, which we all know. That's a big conflict of interest, obviously. This allows the mayor to control the composition of the Citizens Review Board. No one, especially a former police chief and member of the police force for 30 years, should not be able to appoint a majority, which she is currently able to do. As far as subpoena power, the CRB needs to be able to compel testimony and compel the production of documents so that it can conduct its own investigations. This would enable it to take testimony that the Professional Standards Bureau or Internal Affairs did not, review documents that it did not, etc. Right now, all it can do is review what the PSB did do, but it can't look into whether the PSB overlooked something. Right now, the Tampa Police Department sets the Citizens Review Board agenda. Now, that means that it can only look into what the Tampa Police Department wants it to look into. It needs to be able to set its own agenda. And even though the Police Bill of Rights would require complaints to be immediately sent to the PSB, it's still important that the members of the public have somewhere to take a complaint besides the Tampa Police Department itself. The Citizens Review Board should also have its own legal counsel to advise the Citizens Review Board what it can and can't do, to question witnesses and prepare subpoenas and so forth. So subpoena power is very important. Mr. Shaw nailed that on the head, that it's that it's very important. It needs to set its own agenda and receive public complaints directly, and it needs its own lawyer. But just as importantly, Mayor Castor can't be the one in charge of appointing this review board. Now, I'd like to end my comment with saying, you guys ignored us for the last 4 months. You've listened to our public comments, you've heard our public comments for months, and you completely ignored them. And then you immediately following public comment last week, you guys took the opportunity to gaslight us and tell us that the protesters are just a nuisance. It's clear to me that the city council is just as useless and powerless currently as the Citizens Review Board. And it seems as though it's going to stay that way until 2023, when we can replace each and every one of you, because you guys are useless gaslighters. You guys don't care about the homeless. You guys don't care about Jonas Joseph. You guys don't care about anything. It's clear. So 2023, you guys are gone.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jordana Yapolsky.
Okay.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm also here to just kind of mirror what everyone else is saying about the Citizens Review Board. We really need this to be something that gives the people of Tampa power to, or at least feel like they have some power over what's going on and be able to report problems from the police. You guys approved the $13 million increase. We're just going to keep hiring police officers. So can we please at least give the citizens some power in somewhere to go to complain about the things that they're doing, because they're still going to keep murdering people, they're still going to keep targeting people, and they're still going to keep trying to spread their power across everybody because they're afraid to lose it even more now. Again, the mayor cannot appoint more than a third of the Citizens Review Board. It would make it even more pointless than it already is in its current form. I don't have much to say to you guys. We're all very disappointed in the city at how you guys handled the last 4 months, and you're clearly not listening to us. I really hope we get a better new city council. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Chair, that concludes the live speakers. I do want to put on a record that we have 4 others that registered but did not log on. That's Siobhan Shoka, Gretchen Cothran, Peach Keen, and Anna Corse Travella. And we can move on to the recordings.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. And you have 3, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Angel D'Angelo, and I live in Tampa, born and raised. I am calling today as you are discussing police accountability on the agenda. Long overdue. And as per course, this meeting is scheduled because of the hard work of the everyday people who have demanded it. This isn't something City Council woke up one day and benevolently said they wanted to do. So I just want to make sure that's cleared up before one of you takes claim for the work of the people you work for. The people you work for, by the way, is us, the citizenship of Tampa, and not Tampa Police Department or the, Tampa Union for the police. I noticed for many of you, you received donations from the police union, as well as some of you receiving them from Geo Group and Rocher, bail bonds, and other similar donors. So it seems like we have a city council that's really invested in the criminal justice system's ability to thrive, as well as all of your records of property management and development. So that explains why justice is so hard to achieve in this city. Follow the money, they say. But since you all weren't bold and courageous enough to work to reallocate funding to the community, like housing, healthcare, childcare, and a Tampa Jobs program that would actually improve this city and increase the amount of interaction with policing in the first place, I guess your step to pacify us as a citizen review board improvement that you're all working on, again, long overdue, should have just done this in the first place proactively. This isn't really going to do much to help Black, Brown, Indigenous, or other vulnerable communities. I mean, any mode of accountability that we can encourage, absolutely, we should do that. But it's going to be minimal due to the restrictions in the Legal Bill of Rights. So, I mean, go ahead and do it. Feel good about it. Say you did something, but that's not going to be nearly enough. I hope they'll still push for the Cahoots program, ran completely separately from TPD. And then next year for the budget, let's actually do something that's useful to the people that will boost our economy and then reduce the need for violent policing in the first place. So do your little thing with the Citizen Review Board, wipe your hands at it, say you did something great, take the credit for it, has nothing to do with the people. And then, praise your, but we're going to continue going for what we know the city deserves, and the city deserves more than a department that just brutalizes Black, Brown, Indigenous, transgender communities, and that does so when they don't even live in the city and aren't invested in the city. All right, I really appreciate you listening. Hopefully you're actually listening. Do your thing and have a great day.
My name is Madeline Wintrick. I live in New Tampa, zip code 33647. The Community Misconduct Board is our only hope, our only tool for keeping Tampa PD accountable and in line. Even the person responsible for bringing the misconduct board to Tampa even said the original one is designed to fail. In order to keep Tampa PD in line and accountable, when they continue to make abuses of power, hostility, violence towards the Black individuals and the Black community, and all people of color, and protesters, homeless people, poor people, the mentally ill within the community. We need change, and we need it immediately, because this is our only tool. So we demand, as a community, we demand that this board start to conduct diversified appointments, obtain its own lawyer, obtain subpoena power, and its ability to set its own agenda and receive complaints directly from the public. Thank you. Thank you, my time.
My name is Tom DeGeorge. My business address is 1812 North 17th Street. I am the owner of Crowbar in Ybor City. I am also the Florida precinct captain for the National Independent Venue Association, and I'm calling you about agenda item 1, which is Save Our Stages, and asking for support on the federal level for our small stages. There's about 2,800 of us in the country, a little bit over 100 in the state of Florida, 12 in Hillsborough County, and 5 of us right in Ybor City. And we are part of the ecosystem of the arts and the performing arts all around this area. In our small stages, for every dollar that is spent at places like ours, there's $12 spent in our community. So you have Crowbar, the Ritz Theater, the Orpheum, the Attic, and the Honey Pot are just a few that are right in Ybor City. And we also are the fuel for the festivals, things like Gasparilla Music Festival and our performing arts centers, Straz Center, Emily Arena, all these bands got their start in our small stages. So asking you to support Save Our Stages, but also look locally here and try to figure out a way, whether it be through county money, lobbying the state for more money, how we can get money to these small rooms so it doesn't hurt our communities and our larger arts, performing arts in general. Thank you for your time, and I'm always available to talk. You can hit me up at the Crowbar office line, 813-241-8600, and I'd love to meet or let anybody else know how important this is to Tampa Bay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I believe that concludes our recorded messages, but we do have a speaker by the first name of Gretchen that is logged in and was registered to speak. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
okay, she would like to begin.
Yep. Gretchen Cawthorn, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I am Gretchen Cawthorn. I'm the president locally of the Greater Tampa Bay chapter of the ACLU of Florida. I'm a volunteer attorney with the ACLU of Florida, and I'm also an attorney in private practice here in Tampa. I just want to point out that with this, what's going on in our community and the mistrust between citizens of the community and our government leadership, that it's very important that we have a CRB that is independent of the current government. And by that, I mean, you know, we all know that Mayor Castor is a former chief of police. And so by allowing her to have a dominant role on the CRB and appoint more members than the city council, it's giving the impression, and even if it's not the mayor's intention, it gives the impression that the police are still controlling the CRB, that the CRB is not an independent organization or an independent board that people can reach out to for assistance when they believe that they're being mistreated by the Tampa Police Department. So I feel that it's very important that the CRB establish itself independently from the mayor and the mayor not have control. This needs to be a board that people from the community trust that they can go to seek redress for complaints. As it is, we know that the board that was enacted in 2015 has no teeth. TPD controls the agenda. I know that Chief Dugan has been allowing the board to control its own agenda recently, but still, by decree, TPD and the mayor, who is a former chief of police, control what the board does. And even if they are doing their best to be unbiased in their roles, it still gives the impression to the community from people looking out at looking into the CRB that it is not an independent organization, that it's still being run by the police. And I don't think people trust that they can go to the CRB with problems. And I think I'm imploring City Council to really focus on making the CRB transparent and make it completely independent from the mayor. And I do hope that the mayor will agree to allow City Council to appoint more seats, more people to the board than the mayor appoints. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that had logged in, Madam Clerk, that did not speak yet?
No, Chair. That concludes the public comments portion of the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. We will continue, or we will begin with the items on the agenda. Item number 1 is, I believe, Mr. Shelby will be presenting a resolution, and he'll explain. Go ahead, Mr. Shelby.
Actually, Council, that has been distributed by Councilman Citro's office. Councilman Citro, if you're online, please, I turn this agenda item over to you. It was your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. I believe all of you have received this this resolution. If I may, Mr. Chair, just take a couple seconds to read off some statistics.
Yes, sir.
This is, as Mr. Tom DeGeorge mentioned earlier, this is a national crisis for small venue concert venues. And this is much bigger than the city of Tampa. However, we have some great venues here that are losing somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 a month just in overhead costs and expenses. Let me read off. The Ritz Theater down in Ybor City has a capacity of 1,500 people per show. They have had some really great shows there that I've seen. Boogie with a Hoodie and Coin. And as of March, we're now running at 570K lost. The Attic, which is in Ybor City also, they play different types of concerts, such as Cheap Trick and a poetry slam. So it's not only music. The Orpheum, which I've seen some really great shows at Public Image Limited and The Killers. Now, these venues aren't fitting in with CARES Act. And I've spoken with some of our fellow members down at the BOCC, and hopefully there's going to be some relaxation of some of the rules down there for money received with CARES. But gentlemen, we have to support these small venue places. Let's remember that these are vital to our economy. The monies that are spent at these locations usually stay within the community much longer than the bigger venues for concerts. And gentlemen, please, let's also remember that great groups, classic groups now, REM, Blondie, The Police, they played here in Tampa in small venues back in the late 70s and early 80s. Without these small venues in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, state of Florida, and the country, these bands may never have made it to the big concert arenas like Amalie and Raymond James. So I'm asking for support in this resolution, and we can unite in asking our senators here in the state of Florida and our federal government to please give assistance to these small concert venues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilman Citro. You mentioned the police, the band, not the discussion today, but yeah, one of my parents' first dates was to see the police, but it was at the Lakeland Civic Center, and that was sometime in the early 80s. And I didn't know that they had performed in Ybor, neither did I didn't know that Blondie was down here. But besides that, you know, I had a long conversation with Tom DeGeorge the other day, and you know, for anybody that has visited Ybor City, grew up in Ybor City, knew Ybor City years ago or today, I think of something that my friend Frank, who moved from Pittsburgh in 1985 to Tampa, said. He goes, when I came down to Tampa and I went to Ybor City in 1985, you could take a quarter and throw it down 7th Avenue in the middle of the day, and you could hear it clink when it hit the ground. And the reason I'm saying that is, you know, Ybor City has had its highs and lows. You know, we were the cigar capital of the world. Then we had World War II. Then we had interstate come through. Then we had urban renewal. We had all these things. But look at Ybor City from 40 years ago, 35 years ago, even 20 years ago until now, how completely different it is. And it's different because of people like Tom DeGeorge, people like Don Barco, people like the Gonsmart family, people like Joe Capitano and his family, and so many others that invested so much in Ybor City. And Ybor City is not just a Columbia restaurant and a couple of cigar shops. It's more than that. It's a destination place. A friend of mine was a manager at the Hyatt, now the Hilton downtown, years ago. And when people would visit, they would ask him, where's Burns Steakhouse? Where's the Columbia restaurant? Where's Ybor City? And of course, they would pronounce it many times Ybor City. But the fact is that people would come from all over the country and come to Tampa, and beyond the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Rowdies at the time and what we had, they knew in their head, you know, I got to go to Burns Steakhouse. I got to go to the Columbia. I got to get a Cuban sandwich somewhere. I have to visit Ybor City. Now, Ybor City as a historic significance, a historic, nationally registered historic landmark district is one thing. But as a music venue, and many of the things that you said and many of the places that you named, and of those places over the years, I did attend, you know, shows and concerts. And it's a, you know, because the venues are smaller than an arena size or a Straz size performance, you know, it's a more intimate experience. I remember one concert I went to about 17 years ago. It was floor seating only. It was just, you know, that was it. You walked in, there were no seats. It was a place called the Twilight, which is now, I believe, Honey Pot. And, you know, you were right there close to the band. You're right there in the middle of all this history. You're surrounded by these significant brick structures. But the point that I'm making is, and you said it, when people come to a live show, big or small, it can be a local band, it can be a national band, they go to restaurants, they go to the cigar shops, they reserve nights in our hotels. The fact is that they are not just buying a concert ticket, they're investing in our local economy and helping local business people. Nobody would have expected COVID-19 to hit as it did, to be as significant as it did, and as destructive as it has been. And you already stated several figures of different venues and the amount of revenue that has been lost and will continue to be lost as these individuals and these companies and businesses try to survive. The arts are very important, more important than I can express. And I'm not talking a couple of paintings or a couple of photographs, but art is spoken word, poetry, music, whatever it is. But the arts are what add to the flavor of the paella, okay, to quote Cesar Gansmart, of what is Tampa, and the significance of Ybor City. And again, all the hard work and all the investment of so many people to make it so diverse and so welcoming to this community, recognized not only locally, but to all the people that visit here. You know, we have to help. And I know that this is, you know, some say, well, this is just a resolution, this is just a letter. But as a body that we come together and implore the powers that be, whomever it can be, if it's someone in the mayor's office or the county commission or the state level, to help these venues so that they can survive. We can't lose them. That's all I have to say. Are there any other council members that wish to speak on this item?
Vera, if I may.
Go ahead,
sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just wanted to, signal my strong support for this. And in Tampa, just off the top of my head, at smaller venues, we've had some just remarkable individuals and artists come. I know Arturo Sandoval, the great Cuban refugee and Cuban exile, Cuban American artist. Shooter Jennings, I know, has been here recently, who is just such a great country star and just a wonderful artist, and so many. So our concert venues are feeling left without support, abandoned, and I strongly support this. So I hope that we surrender to this request. Sorry, Cheap Trick song name drop. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alex, if I cut you off?
No,
you're cool.
Just to, I need to give thanks for thanks to Tom DeGeorge. Thank you for being a leader in this. Thank you for informing me. Thank you for letting me get involved. This is a great effort that needs this city support, the city council support. But I'd also like to thank a few people, Tim Heberlein, my legislative aide, for helping me put this together, Morris Massey, but more especially to our city attorney, Mr. Martin Shelby, for helping me draft this resolution. And thank you to the councilman for your support for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other council members that would speak?
Carlson.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just want to add in, I talked to Tom DeGeorge also, and it's a really sad situation. I think performing arts are essential to our community. And as you all kind of have alluded to, the incentives that were out there by the federal government, other places, didn't apply to these groups. And so they've lost sometimes tens of thousands of dollars a month. And the city of Tampa can't possibly cover the losses that they've had. And so I think a resolution to the federal government and state is a good idea, because they could potentially have the resource to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Miranda.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for all that's been said about Ybor City, and I really appreciate it. Being born in Ybor City, it doesn't make me any better than anyone else, but I can tell you about Ybor City way back. It's the only place that had 12,000 employees making cigars. At one time, we made more cigars than Cuba. The city of Tampa had more cigars being manufactured than the whole island of Cuba. Ybor City was a unique place, and still is. It's changed certainly, but it's coming around. And way back when it first started when I first got in council in the 70s, this Ybor City had three things no other had, and they were not in the positive. They were in the negative. They had prostitution, tumbleweed, and alcohol, illegal alcohol. Under the administration of Dick Greco, it started the review and renaissance coming back of Ybor City. And I got to thank that administration for starting and taking hard steps forward, although being criticized heavily for the investment that this mayor and this council way back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s made in Ybor City, and continue to do so with this council. When you look back at Ybor City and realize that a lot of things that were started in Ybor cities were taken over by the federal government with a different name, mainly Mutual Aid Society. Well, what is that? That was when the people who had very little got together, people from the Italian Club, from Centro Español, from Centro Turiano, from the Cuban Club, from all others that had nothing but unity, nothing but to make a better life for their kid, nothing but have Tampa be better than any place else on earth. Those were the people that you have to give thankful to, because there was very little money. But yet, look at the buildings that they built. I don't think there was federal grants then, but they built it one brick at a time because they wanted to have the memories of what America gave to them back to the future. And these are the people that started it. What is Mutual Aid Society? Mutual Aid Society is something now called Medicare. And those individuals, some had very little education, knew that healthcare was one of the main things that we needed, not only in Ybor City, but in this country. And to them, we have to give thanks for a lot of things that happened in Tampa, including putting Tampa on the map. Ybor City was the start of the things that snowballed into the great city that we are today. And I just want to give thanks to all those that are not here now. You've heard me say this before, that people don't talk, but I still listen to them. Those are the people that gave us the right, the opportunity to be the city that we are. And I just want to give thanks to all those who don't vote, but all the ones that bought the city of Tampa here today where we're at. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other council members? Hearing none. Councilman Citro, would you like to make a motion to move this resolution?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Happily, I move this resolution.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. Mr. Shelby, do we need a roll call on this, or can we just do a unanimous consent or ask that way?
A roll call, please.
Okay, roll call.
Vieira,
Yes.
Boots,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Ingfelder,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council.
Citro. Yes, sir. All right. Items 2, 3, and 4, if you notice, are connected in many ways. So I believe the administration or the speakers that are on the line for this will do one presentation. We'll bundle it up just to keep the conversation streamlined. And if you'd like to begin, I don't know if it's the chief of staff, the chief of police, whomever it is, go ahead for items 2, 3, and 4. We're going to take them together and then have the discussions.
Good morning, Council. It's Brian Dugan, Chief of Police, Tampa Police Department. We have worked as a cooperative effort to collect the data and information. With me, I have Dr. Brianna Fox from University of South Florida. We have the City Attorney, Gina Grimes, Assistant City Attorney, Ursula Richardson, Assistant Chief of Police, Lee Burkaw, and Lieutenant Kimberly Hill. Dr. Fox will kick off with a timeline of the progressive policing policy in the U.S.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Excuse me, Gina Grimes, City Attorney. Sue Lane, could you allow us to share the screen so that we can put up our PowerPoint? Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, Dr. Fox.
First technology issue of the morning. I'm very impressed. We made it this far. I'm Brianna Fox. I'm from the University of South Florida. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Criminology. I was asked by Mayor Castor in the midsummer to come on to her mayor's task force on community policing. And the goal was to have a task force that was listening to both the community members, law enforcement for our city, and of course, you look at the research and try to bring all three together and find the policies and practices and programs that were most effective at addressing concerns raised by citizens, but also looking at what was happening, in Tampa Police Department. Speaking about national trends, there obviously has been a trend towards looking more towards citizens to inform our, future policing strategies. This has been, I think, beneficial because we have, our police departments are empowered through our communities and through our citizens. I also think that Tampa Police Department has been extremely receptive in terms of working with me and the findings that I put forward, the accessibility to information, and I think just the willingness and the openness to want to do these types of things. I personally have worked with agencies around the country and, in fact, the globe, and they're not always, I think, as willing or as interested in improvement and moving forward. I've personally been very impressed because I've worked with agencies that have been under consent decree. I've worked with agencies where they felt voluntold, to work with me, and that is not the impression that I felt here in Tampa, where I am a resident. So, of course, as a citizen myself, this is something that I was deeply engaged and interested in moving forward. So I have just a few points in terms of the work that we did this summer, the findings that I had, and then in terms of what we're doing moving forward. Just to briefly recap, as a member of the task force, my job, myself and my graduate students, they were predominantly doctoral and a few master's students at USF. We listened to the community members. We did this through focus groups, discussions. We also did some more quantitative analysis of survey data. We also listened to the police officers, and we wanted to make sure that we were getting, the full picture of information. And then I cross-referenced everything with different policies and programs that were available and evidence-based in nature. So I wanted to make sure that nothing that I would recommend hasn't been already tested and tried out in another agency and been shown to work. We're obviously living in an era of COVID, and we don't want to do things that are not, evidence-based and shown to work. Nobody wants to take a vaccine that doesn't work, and I didn't want that to happen in my city, in Tampa, where I was recommending something that wasn't shown to work in the past. So that was my the framework from which I was working. But the other part of the framework was the 5 pillars, 5 of the 6 that relate to the community from the President Obama's pillars of 21st century policing. This was done in 2015 in the aftermath of Ferguson, and President Obama established a task force with scholars, police officials, and then members of the community, basically doing on a larger scale what we did here in Tampa. These are obviously massive efforts, incredibly difficult, and from that work, they identified these 6 pillars that they said police departments around the nation should, strive to address and implement in their, communities. So from those 5, we use those as a framework to see where we're at here in Tampa. The 5 pillars were building trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, technology and social media, community policing and crime reduction, training and education. And then in light of what recently had transpired this summer with the killing of George Floyd and the responses to that, we added a 6th element. The mayor asked that I add this in, looking at funding and resources for police. So those are the 6 things that we mostly focused on with looking at from the community and from the police department perspective. So from that, there were a few major takeaways. I heard some consistent themes, I saw some things, and then looking at the research, I came up with some findings based upon those 5 pillars, plus our little bonus pillar of the funding and resources for police. Just to quickly go over some of these, and I'm happy to either discuss all of them. I had 17 findings in total. Some of them were smaller in nature, some of them are larger in terms of maybe difficulty to implement or the size of the recommendation and finding. But I wanted to highlight just a few that I think are most impactful for Tampa, and also just stress that I've, again, worked with agencies around the country and globe, and typically when we're doing an exercise like this, there's maybe 1, 2 findings or changes. And in this case, there was 17, and that's not a referendum on the problems. It was more of I wanted to make sure that we were addressing everything that the community said, but the response to it, I think, is also notable. In other places where you have 2 findings, it's a massive overhaul. That's a big deal to implement. And here in Tampa, we had 17, and I was immediately told the same day, we're going to do every single one. And I just wanted to, pause and note how remarkable that is, because that's not something you see ever. So I do think that it's very promising, and I just wanted to stress that based on my experience having done this, in various places. So in terms of building trust and legitimacy, my primary finding was implementing procedural justice as a model. You can do this through additional training. And then procedural justice is where you want to build community trust and increase perceptions of legitimacy in the police by refocusing on carrying out officer duties in a way that is objectively fair, consistent, transparent, reflective of understanding and community concerns, and treats citizens with dignity and respect. And, for many, I think this is what we, would expect of police every single day, and they are already doing. For others, I think it's refocusing on these goals and remembering that, we do serve the citizens, and that's what our primary objective should be. So making that just a primary, underscoring it, that this is what we want to do, and here's how to do it. A recent paper I did with colleagues at USF stressed the benefits of this, both for the community and for the police department. When we have citizens that are more trusting in police, that think police are more legitimate, they're more cooperative. They are more willing to empower police to do things that police need to do their jobs effectively. So it's one of these things that there's no loss. This is a benefit for everybody. It's a win for the police department. It's a win for the community. And it's something that when we've implemented it in other agencies around the country has been shown to do what we want it to do, which is increase trust, increase legitimacy, increase cooperation, and ultimately another benefit is we found reductions in crime with areas that have more procedural justice. So that was a major recommendation, and one which will be implemented here in Tampa. Another is increasing transparency. I think that a consistent theme I heard was, we want to know as citizens what's going on with our police departments, and by knowing and being able to feel more that they can hold police accountable. And so some findings I had was put our policies online, make it easily accessible for citizens. I think this is a major finding, right? This is important, but it's one that, again, the police department immediately said, yes, we were happy to do. And I think that just speaks again to the fact that making our policies and data available to citizens where they're not getting information, twice annually and in a delayed fashion, I think will help for citizens feeling increased trust in police, but also making it so they're just feeling like we understand everything that's going on with the police department. And again, that just, I think, speaks to the police community relations for here in Tampa, and then for others who want to look outside of Tampa as well. In terms of policy and oversight, one of my major findings was relating to the update of our use of force policy here in Tampa. And that was something within 2 days of my recommendations being made that Chief Dugan had implemented. We specifically, one of the things I was recommending is to add attempts to de-escalate when possible to the use of force policy. This is in alignment with the 8 can't wait recommendations. And this is something that I think was immediately achieved. Not, again, this wasn't a big, change, but it is a meaningful one. So that was something that I thought was, again, just indicative of where we're at here in Tampa. I've only a few more left, I promise. So the next one was on community policing and crime reduction. In terms of crime reduction, the citizens felt, based upon our data and research, that we were in pretty great shape here in Tampa. There was very low fear of crime. Citizens felt that the police department was doing a good job in terms of keeping crime at a low level, responding appropriately, and solving crimes when they did occur. So I focused my work predominantly on the community policing element. And one element of that is, are we doing community-oriented policing? The difference between that and a typical policing model is the fact that we want to encourage law enforcement to have positive, non-enforcement related actions and interactions with citizens. So when I say non-enforcement related, I mean not necessarily to make an arrest or to gather intelligence. It's just to get to know community members, to have community members get to know police. And having this be a philosophy rather than just, one-off programs, of which there are many, many in Tampa, and many of which I didn't know about, and other citizens didn't know about, which again emphasizes the need for communication and transparency. Because if it's being done but we don't know about it, it's the same thing. If we can make sure that everybody is aware of these things, we obviously will have a better perception. So I recommended, one of my findings was to turn this relationship building into our philosophy here in Tampa. And again, I think this was immediately received, and these efforts to have programs such as Cops Out of Cars, where police officers who are doing their normal patrols just take time every week to get out and walk around and speak to community members for no other reason than they want to know who lives on that street and help, change a light bulb rather than, have the community member do it themselves. Just things like that that I think really go a long way. And when I was speaking to community members that were in our focus groups, consistently said that would be a major way to build trust, and for them to feel more comfortable with the police that are here in our community and that we need, particularly for part 2 of this, which is crime reduction. In terms of training and education, there were 2 major themes. One was, it's not the quantity of training, it's the quality. And that really speaks to some of the items that I was addressing earlier in terms of evidence-based practices and making sure that we're doing the best thing, not just something. So they consistently said, let's go for the quality of training and not just more of it. And sometimes actually more can get in the way of the quality. If you're just getting too much, you may have it, obfuscated. But one of the few trainings I did recommend was de-escalation training. This has been increasingly used across the country. There has been research on the PERF model, which is ICAT, Integrating Communications Assessment and Tactics Training. And they found from evaluations of this that officers who were trained in this were less likely to use force, and there were also fewer citizen complaints against officers after this ICAT training. So this is the one that I would personally recommend. It would also align with the 8 Can't Wait recommendation to implement de-escalation in our standard operating procedures. And then to also, this is my personal recommendation, to track data on de-escalation. We want to know every single time that this is done. We want to make sure also that it's being reinforced. It's not just a training we do and then we continue about our day, that every single time a police report is filled out and it's someone's being asked about de-escalation, it just emphasizes that this is something we value and we want to make sure that we're doing whenever feasible. And it's not always feasible, right? But the times that it is, we want to make sure that we're encouraging it. My follow-up recommendation was also that we were able to evaluate it here in Tampa, and I do have an update on that, which is that we will be able to do this. And then that's a very, again, unusual. Most police departments and communities are not able to evaluate their work, and particularly when it's something like this that's costly and there's so many being done. So I was very pleasantly surprised that that was so well received and that we will be able to implement and evaluate the effects of this here in Tampa. My last recommendation, or the point I was looking at, was funding and resources. And I think a major takeaway from my discussion with the community members was the vast majority, when we spoke to them, said, we need the police. Some were actually worried, what would we do if I had a crime happen at my house and I didn't have a police officer there to respond? There were some that said, if I have something bad happen, I need an officer there, lickety split. There were a lot of feelings about this, that they felt that we need the police, but there were also some areas that they felt we can use additional help. And one was responding to mental health and social welfare calls. There was I think this has been a call across the country, and here in Tampa, we looked at this for addressing this concern. And what struck me was that, in the past few decades, we've had a increasing number of people with mental health issues and social welfare needs calling police to help address them. And it is putting more and more on our law enforcement shoulders. We're asking them to do more, but we are also saying, we may not be able to fully fund it or address it. So I think for me, looking at these co-response models where people have implemented social welfare and maybe mental health workers to go out with police and respond to these types of cases, there's been a positive result where there's far fewer arrests made in these cases. They are typically less violent or less have a propensity for violence to occur. And most importantly, these people are able to get help rather than end up in jail or prison. And that's the thing that we would most want to avoid. So I think that was a major finding, and I know it's been addressed through City Council, and it's being looked at from the Mayor's office and with the police department. So I was pleasantly surprised on that front as well. Those were all of my major findings and takeaways, but I'm very happy to either address questions at the end or speak to some of the other findings if Council is interested. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions at this time, or would you like to wait until we hear everybody and then we speak from there?
I've got a question for Dr. Fox.
Me too, Carlson.
Okay, so we have, I heard Dingfelder, Carlson, is Vieira. Did you want to speak, sir?
Boots.
Vieira does not have a question at this time.
Okay, Dingfelder, Carlson.
I'm going to defer everything to the end. I'm fine.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Dingfelder, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Fox, for joining us and for participating in all of this. I wasn't part of the process that the mayor put together on those Saturday mornings, and I guess you were, but when you were interviewing people and asking them for their reactions, were you out in the community at large with random samples of our citizens, or were you interviewing people who were at these Saturday morning meetings that was organized by the city?
That's a great methodological question, and I appreciate that. It's a great one I would put on our comp exam.
I've got a master's in statistics and genetics, so there you go.
All right. Well, yeah, you can tell. So I was able to only talk to people that they were part of our task force on policing. This was selected, and I was, part of it. So that was our sample that we were, given. I would be thrilled, of course. A randomized sample is the best, and that's the goal. However, to address your concerns, because I think I know what you're getting at, I wanted to see how generalizable some of these perceptions were across different groups. I just so happened through, luck, to have done a survey that was very similar to the one that we had done with the task force with USF undergraduate students. They are obviously also not a random selection of community members, but they are, just other members of the community and represent a different, group. And there were very few statistically significant differences. So I think that helps, right? Whenever we're talking about these research findings, we're always concerned about validity and generalizability. And in terms of how generalizable our findings were, I think that helps support it. But if funding were available, I would be very thrilled to do a randomized controlled trial if you ever wanted that.
Well, I think, and I appreciate you hitting it on the nail head. I think that, and I'm glad that you did what you did, and it's the best available, through the summer, under this quick process that we've been in. But I think from a scientific perspective, I think it's, and I hope that that the city definitely can fund a more scientific study and random questions to the questions to the random community. I think inherently it sounds like we have we had a more educated, probably higher socioeconomic demographic at the Saturday morning event, and also with your USF college students than we might otherwise. But so that's question number one. Thank you for your response. Question number two is, later in the program, the chief and his staff are going to be talking about diversity within TPD. And Chief Bennett, Chief Dugan, I appreciate you providing the last 10 years of information. When I looked at the last 10 years of information, it looks like as of 2010, we got to a point of basically 69% white, 14% black, and 14% Hispanic. And then 10 years later in 2020, we're at 68% white, 12% black, and 17% Hispanic. That's total officers at TPD. So we're sort of static in terms of our diversity, even though the population of Tampa is 45% white, 24% black, and 26% Hispanic. And we've now grown to 400,000 people, according to the Planning Commission. Anyway, my question, Dr. Fox, is generally not related to Tampa, because I think this is a very general, broad question, is have there scientifically been proven, or do you see benefits to diversity in a police department that should reflect the community, number one, and number two, how do we get there? How do we improve? Or do you have any suggestions on, improving those numbers if you think it's important that we do improve them?
That's a great question, and I think, one of the key, I did actually address this as one of my findings, but I think having our police department, represent our community is something that we want to strive towards. One way that we can try to do this, and I think some of these are already...
Let me stop you there. Why do you think it's important? And I didn't see it as one of your findings, but I appreciate it if it is.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons is it touches in the community-oriented policing. That I think it was under that bullet point where I spoke about this specific finding. And the reason is that if somebody grows up in that community, there's a greater understanding of what that, the dynamics are like, of the understanding of the culture, of understanding what the neighborhood is like, understanding of, the city. So I think that there's a lot of benefits to having people who are from the community, live in the community, represent the community. Some people will say there's drawbacks, but I think not in terms of diversity, but in terms of, living and working in the same area. But I think overall, there have been some attempts to do this here in Tampa. I know that there are scholarships for people to attend the police academy. People get sponsored from, different areas to go through the academy and to go through, to get a college degree, and then of course to join the force. I think that all of these things, if we want to do them, a lot of them cost money. And so I think that spoke to the last item in terms of funding. If these are goals, we may have to address them by enhancing, by incentivizing officers to live in certain areas of the community, by incentivizing members from that community to go through the academy and to, then want to work with the police department, and to, to get them through the, teen academies, and to have them be part of, different groups that are kind of the pathway into the police department. So I think it's a long-term thing. It's not just something we can do overnight, but setting the foundation up would be phenomenal. And I think we'll end up, like with most things, they're all great goals, but I think we have to put both sustained effort and potentially, I really think we need to put funding towards them as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker is Councilmember Carlson and Councilmember Goose.
Dr. Fox, thank you for your time today. And I watched your presentation a couple weeks ago, and from what I heard anecdotally, not scientifically, was that the community seemed to really like the suggestions you made. And I know the mayor was on the video with you and was listening intently. Follow-up chatter was that the community is skeptical about whether the city, either the mayor or city council, will implement all of your findings. I wonder if you have any sense as to how much of what you recommended the mayor's office will implement, and are there any parts of your findings that city council should put into ordinance?
Well, thank you. I think I neglected to speak about this during my talk, so I apologize for that. But one of the big takeaways for me was at the end of that presentation, I think it was on August 29th, both Mayor Castor and Chief Dugan immediately said, yes, we plan to implement all of these, and they specifically asked if I would work with them to both implement, oversee, and evaluate it. So since then, there have been, again, funding is always a challenge. However, big organizations in our community, including the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Tampa Bay Lightning, have helped to fund this effort. This would be a long and very time-consuming process, right? There's 17 different things. So to do this would obviously take a lot of energy and funding. So they have already committed to help. Obviously, the more that we could get, I think the either longer we could do follow-up or we could have more resources to do this. However, in terms of accessibility and being able to work with the police department, I've already been told I can have access to, if I want to go on ride-alongs, I can do that. If I want to speak with officers, I can do that. If I want to speak with community members, I can do that. If I want to look at different programs and sit in on trainings, I can do that. So for me, being able to have that level of transparency and to go in and be able to see exactly, how these programs are being implemented, the degree and the nature of it, again, is phenomenal for me, not only as a researcher, but also as a community member. And then in terms of evaluations, I'm doing program evaluations, and scientific methodology is my background. It's what I've done with other agencies. So for two in particular, I specifically asked with procedural justice training and the de-escalation training if we could do full, scientific evaluations of them. Again, these are expensive, but the answer was yes. And so for me, I'm just trying to get all of our ducks in a row to make that feasible. But in terms of from the police department side and from the mayor, there was never any question in terms of whether I would be able to. I think it's just making the logistics align to make sure that I'm fully able to do so. And I don't think that there's even a concern on that front.
And if there's anything that you think that we should implement as a city council, just so the public knows, the way the charter is set up, quote unquote, regulating the police is a control that the mayor has, not city council, but city council can pass ordinances. And so I would just ask you, as you go through your process, if you see something that we should put into ordinance that's comparable to other cities, please let us know. And one final piece of this, the city was criticized widely several months ago, and I don't want to talk about any specific case, but where the social media or communication side of the police, these are not, I think, official officers enforcing the law, but where things were posted on social media that quote unquote doxed someone, or members of the public felt social media was used as a like a political weapon against the public. Is there any? Did you look at that in your study? And is there any kind of benchmark policies that either council or the mayor should put in place for that?
Technology and social media is one of the pillars, and so we did look extensively and talk to the community members about this. The specific concern that you raised was not brought up to me. However, we did consistently hear that, social media, they felt like they wanted it to be more dialogic in terms of communication, so members of the community could feel like they're getting information, but they could also, engage with the police department, to be able to not only have it be, a communication sharing tool, but also feel like there's a sense of community, right? Like we are all in this together, and we're, following the social media, and it's not just about posting when certain incidents happen, but it's just about, well, there's different programs and things going on that people frankly don't know about. So they felt very strongly like using social media as a tool for that, to inform them, for transparency, and then of course for communication was a strong concern. In terms of an ordinance, I would have to, I'm not a lawyer, so I would have to think about that, but I appreciate the offer very, very much, and I would like to stay in touch with City Council about these offers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Councilmember Goose. Do any other council members wish to speak after Councilmember Goose?
Here, if I may, just briefly, if I may, sir.
Okay, after Councilman Goose. Councilman Goose, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership this morning, as always. Ms. Fox, thank you for being here with this presentation. But I must say that, knowledge in books and working in the field are two different things at times. And I like some of the work you've done. I think it's a progressive move, but when I look at some of your pillars, they stand out to me very clearly. And a person who's been in the trenches, who understands policing, who understands communities, these problems are institutional. And until you change the institutional mindset, you'll continue to have these type of issues. I always commend Mayor Sandy Freeman, because she took a bold and courageous step when she put a program in place to attempt to hire 101 African Americans on the police department when I first came on in 89 and 90. Most of those gentlemen that I came through with are retired, they're business owners, they've gone on with higher education and so forth and so on. See, the problem you have with police institutions is that you have to have, again, funding is one issue, but you have to have a goal set to say, we're going to have a recruiting budget to recruit when your numbers are low. When I look at the numbers, which I already knew what the numbers kind of were already, they're low, and they've been low a long time. They were low when I first came on. It came up a little bit, but then it dipped again. You talked about community policing. I mean, that's the pillar of it all. If you don't know the community, you don't know anything. I remember when I was a young guy, we had these X-ray squads where the squad was really diverse, to be honest with you. And we had a knack where something went wrong. We were there. We knew the players. We could get things moving, get things solved. The community was engaged. Policing evolved and changed, and we went to a different style. That happens. But it always revolves back. You look at anything with clothes in the 70s or 60s, those things come back. They come back, and I think we have to go back a little bit and be engaged in more of a community-based police style, dealing with the public. When I came on as a young boy, I can remember the chief of staff, John Bennett, who used to work at the Winn-Dixie at 4th and Hillsborough. It's no longer there. I used to go see John working there, talk with him. Met a guy by the name of Dinsmore, used to come to the Mr. Submarine while I was the manager at 4th and Hillsborough. Those guys come through and had a conversation, talked. They understood the community. See, the problem you have is you have to have a system in place to where when officers are coming on or while they're in the academy, they're engaged with the community then to understand. Because if you're living in Avila, you're living in an area where you've never been accustomed to dealing with other cultures, other races, then you're biased, you're blind because you've been told disparaging things about those groups of people. And you have to be engaged in that process to understand. So what I would say to you with your work and your continued work, look inside the institution. You have to look at diversity inside the institution. It's not just the police department. I've had this conversation with the chief about the fire department. I'm very disturbed about that as well with those numbers. 1 or 1.5 African Americans in our class. That's outrageous for a city of our size. And I'm very disturbed about that. So it's not just the police. It's fire too. When Chief Ford was here, he had a program in place to where those numbers were rising like crazy. The most African Americans I've ever seen on the fire department. When as a police officer, I go to see, wow, we got some people that look like me. We recruit. You may have to go outside the city sometimes to find those athletes, to find some of those folks who didn't make it in a career choice they wanted, but here's an opportunity. You can make some decent money, be a steward to the community, and work hard to make sure that you're following relationships. It's very hard to get some outside folks to come inside the city to work. You're right. You've got to have some better housing, some better opportunities. Because most police officers I know are not going to work in the city. I don't care if you gave them a free house. Probably wouldn't work in the city. That's my experience and knowledge of being on the ground and knowing what goes on. That's what has to happen. You've got to be inside the house to understand the house. You have to make sure that when you look at promotions, that they're fair across the board. These are all issues that are internal. And when you look at those things internal, then you can be able to fix someone. You'll never fix all of it because you always will have some biases. But you have to look at the institution as a whole. And I think once you look at that, you can really be able to really break some of that foundation down and do a new mold and start moving forward. But I tell you, community policing is one of the best ways of moving on. I know we've got short time, but I won't belabor it, but I would say you need to look at the institution itself inside. Thank you for your time, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And ma'am, thank you so much for your hard work and for your presentation. Your presentation, I know, is predicated upon many, many, many hours of work and dedication. And we really appreciate that. There's a lot of important issues that have been addressed here. First, I mean, I know I speak for all of us when I say that I really respect the opinions and words of our colleague, Councilman Goods. I respect that a lot. And I thank you, Councilman Goods, for your words, experience, as well as your service, and just you're speaking from the heart on your roughly 30 years of service with TPD. I appreciate that. Diversity is very important. We need to have a law enforcement team that continues to make strides in looking like the community that those law enforcement officers serve. That includes not only race and ethnicity, but gender and religious affiliation. I want to mention that New Tampa, an area in our city and in my district, is one of the most religiously diverse areas, home to a lot of Sikhs, Muslims, Hindus, etc. I think that's important. You know, another thing I'd like to highlight that I know has been addressed in the report and many other areas is police officers living within city limits. I don't know what incentives exist. I can privately inquire in that regard. But I'd love to see incentives that give us progress on more officers living within city limits. I believe, and I could be wrong, statistics show that it's less than 1 in 5 of police officers living within city limits. This is important. I'd love to see monetary incentives for officers to live within city limits. I think that's important. And an overall narrative that I continue to get from this report and many reports is that change, and I've said this again and again, change requires more money. Change requires more money. Community policing requires money. Community engagement requires money. More training and higher standards require more money. Implicit bias, as we're going to be taking up soon, training requires more money. If I have a house and I want improvements, solar panels, a better roof, updated plumbing, it's going to cost me money. So change requires not only effort, but more money. I think that's an important principle. I'm reminded of my Sunday school days from the book of Exodus, I believe it was, where they said you can't build bricks without straw. Well, just like you can't build bricks without straw, you can't implement positive change and progress in law enforcement without more money. So I think that's a narrative that we're seeing in some of these reports that are pushing for positive change. So again, thank you very much for your remarks, ma'am, and for your hard work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to ask any questions or speak at this time? Any council members? All right, I hear none. Ms. Grimes, did you have anything else?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, we actually hadn't finished our presentation, so we'll continue with that. The next part of our presentation is on TPD policy and performance progression. And as a part of that, I will continue with Dr. Fox's remarks about 8 Can't Wait. In June, the council asked for, obviously in June it was highlighted that the 8 Can't Wait initiatives were out there. And that is a part of initiatives that developed from the 21st century policing model, the report that Dr. Fox talked about in 2015. The report that you asked for asked me to do a comparison of the police department's policies and the 8 Can't Wait initiatives. And the slide that's before you on the screen is showing that the Tampa Police Department meets all of the 8 initiatives for the 8 Can't Wait. But as a part of that, Dr. Fox mentioned, although the city of Tampa or its police department has been training in de-escalation, scenario-based training, just not black and white testing, but actually putting the officers in those scenarios that they may face in real life and giving them the opportunity to de-escalate in those situations. The department went further, and as a part of what Dr. Fox was speaking to, even though they've been training officers in that since 2014, the department did implement written policies to incorporate the de-escalation whenever possible, when it's feasible, into standard operating procedure 538. And so now it's actually in writing and reinforcing that the department in its training and all of its follow through and its policies is dedicated to de-escalating, training its officers in de-escalation. Another part of that is, although the department in 2014 banned shooting at vehicles, which is one of the 8 Can't Wait initiatives, the department took a step further to strengthen its policy to make sure that there were no quote unquote loopholes. And then the department has affirmatively asked officers to not shoot at vehicles for the purpose of disabling it, and has gone even further to ask officers to make every effort to move out of the path of a moving vehicle, which, as council probably is aware from different incidents that have been shown in the media, usually a driver driving at police officers or in their way is usually what provokes a response of deadly force. And our department is asking officers to make every effort to not put yourself in the path of a vehicle. And if you are in the path of a vehicle, to make every effort to move out of the path. To show that, to follow up on Dr. Fox's information about our policies being progressive and our department wanting to do all that we can to do better, the 8 Can't Wait initiative. 8 Can't Wait initiative also includes 11 other jurisdictions in the state of Florida. And the Tampa Police Department is the only jurisdiction in the state of Florida that has met all 8 of the 8 Can't Wait initiatives, and that's on your screen now. And so Tampa has met every single one, in that we have made an affirmative policy decisions, affirmative training efforts in order to make sure that we follow these particular initiatives to make us a better police department, and obviously, hopefully, to have less incidents, major incidents when it comes to use of force and or use of deadly force.
Good morning, Council. This is Lee Brokaw, the Assistant Chief of Operation. I would like to begin by highlighting the evolution of the Tampa Police Department. Back in the late 90s and early 2000s and prior, the reputation of Tampa was often centered around crime. While we had a lot going for this great city, our community was plagued with crime and disorder. This hampered our progression and delayed our progress. The chart in front of you illustrates the total number of Part 1 crimes in comparison with cities in similar size to Tampa. As you can see, Tampa is on the far left, and the red bar illustrates nearly 35,000 crimes in 2003. In comparison, the only city with the higher crime rate was St. Louis. The green bar illustrates 2008, the violet 2013, and the blue 2018. As you can see, by 2018, Tampa reduced their crime below every other city on this chart and went from having one of the highest crime rates for a city its size to the lowest. In the next few slides, I'll review the process of how we achieved this success. This graph narrows our focus on the crime reduction efforts of the Tampa Police Department. In 2002, there were 35,380 victims of Part 1 crimes. Part 1 crimes include murder, sexual battery, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, grand theft auto, and arson. From 2002 to 2019, nearly 2 decades, crime was reduced by nearly 77%. So we went from having 35,380 victims of crimes a year to 8,145 victims per year. That's 27,235 less victims in just 2019. And as you know, being a victim of a crime is a traumatic experience, which we all as a community aspire to prevent from occurring. Early in this evolution, the Tampa Police Department revised its mission statement to a more simplistic statement and to be actionable, inclusive, and accountable. When I guest lecture at local colleges and universities, I ask students who work if they know their employer's mission statement. And I'm lucky if at least one of them raises their hands and says that they know their mission statement. However, at the Tampa Police Department, the overwhelming majority of our officers know and understand our mission, which is to reduce crime and enhance the quality of life through a cooperative partnership with all citizens. For nearly 2 decades, our officers have performed exemplary and established outstanding relationships with our community to collectively reduce crime by 77%. All right, this illustration in front of you is bar graphs that continue to narrow the focus to 5 crimes: burglary, robbery, auto burglary, auto theft, and violent crime or aggravated assaults. As you can see, in 2002, 6,283 of our citizens had their homes broken into, 2,334 were victims of a robbery, and nearly 5,400 had their vehicles burglarized. Over 6,720 vehicles were stolen, and approximately 3,143 were victims of aggravated assault. These crimes totaled up to 23,866 victims. This was unacceptable and had to be improved. Subsequently, the Tampa Police Department changed its strategy and developed a new business plan. The revised mission statement was only the first part of this plan. You may recall our business plan included the focus on 4 concepts. A misnomer of this plan was that it meant we focused on 4 crimes: burglary, auto burglary, grand theft auto, and robbery. However, the focus on 4 actually highlighted 4 separate principles. Those principles are intelligence-led policing, data-driven approach, proactive and preventative policing, and most importantly, partnering with the community. Intelligence-led policing was tracking crimes as they occur and collaborating both internally and externally. And under this category, that's where the big 4 crimes focused, which eventually evolved into the big 5. Under data-driven approaches, that's where we use the data to strategically adjust our deployment to be most effective. And we found that in decentralizing numerous different sectors inside the department. Proactive and preventative policing is where the officers became more engaged with the community and increased public support for our officers and citizens through foot patrols, front porch roll calls, and community-oriented policing, problem solving, and actually focusing on the root causes of the crime. And the partnering with the community was part of our mission statement and collaborating through a variety of traditional and non-traditional programs. And I'll highlight some of these programs in a future slide. When we update this bar chart with the 2019 reductions, you can see burglaries were reduced by 84%, or roughly 5,000 less burglary victims per year. Robberies were reduced by 84%, from 2,334 per year to less than 300 per year. Auto burglaries were reduced by nearly 88%, auto theft by 90%, and violent crimes by 68%, with a total reduction in these crimes by nearly 85%. So in 2002, there were 23,866 victims of these crimes, and in 2019, the number of victims was reduced to below 4,500. This reduction in crime lays the foundation for economic growth and prosperity. People want to move to our great city to live, work, and play, and Tampa is an economic hotspot which capitalized on this foundation. The hardworking officers in Tampa are the greatest in the nation, and the data supports their effort. In just the last decade, crime in Tampa dropped 47.4%. The average for the statewide Florida is 37.8%. And then the average for major cities across the nation, and those major cities would be cities over 200,000, is down 31.75%. So the Tampa crime rate is 18% less than the statewide average and 52% lower than the major city average. During the same time period, Tampa's arrest rate dropped by 63.4% compared to the statewide reduction of 41% and the major city reduction of 40.7%. This demonstrates that our officers are working smarter and utilizing intelligence to increase their effectiveness. Your officers are laser focused in arresting less individuals, reducing crime more effectively, and moreover, our officers are solving crimes at a much higher rate. Furthermore, when arrests are reduced, the risk level only continues to decline. Tampa's crime clearance rate is 32.8 per 100 cases of all serious crimes. The 2019 statewide average is 25.7 per 100, and the major cities rate is 18.7 per 100. So again, your officers are solving more crimes, making less arrests, and reducing crime at a higher rate than the statewide average and the major city average. Part of this process includes our proactive procedural justice approach to ensuring fairness and transparency in our actions. This includes, but is not limited to, our community-oriented philosophy, our juvenile arrest avoidance program, our adult pre-arrest diversion program, and our marijuana civil citation program. And if you don't already know, TPD has its golden rule, which is treating everybody with dignity and respect, which is ingrained in our officers from day one. This is all accomplished while receiving over 1 million calls for public safety service and responding to approximately 600,000 calls in just the last year. We firmly believe our relations with and partnerships with the community is the recipe to our success. Our officers routinely engage in ad hoc, non-traditional law enforcement activities, such as stopping and talking to children and playing basketball and other things like just showing them their police car. Officers also routinely engage in volunteer events, engaging with the community in addition to non-law enforcement events. I'll highlight a few of those events. One is Adopt a School program. Recently, officers adopted Foster Elementary, and they go out and they mentor students at that school. We have Chief Dugan's Community Investment Grant, which is putting bad money to good use and using $10,000 of drug forfeiture funds that are vested into 4 local organizations that make a positive difference in the community. The chief has his appreciation night where he recognizes community partners. We have the Coffee with a Cop, which I believe we have a picture of that up here, that we do on a regular basis. We have a student intern program where we provide opportunities for recruitment, development, and relationships for future employees. We have something that became really successful during the COVID was the drive-by birthday wishes, where officers drive by and do a semi-parade with their cars. Very well received by the community during the pandemic. We do our DUI education, and another popular program is our front porch roll calls, where officers hold roll calls at locations of a residence or a business to build closer relationships with the community. Of course, we participate in the Great American Teach-In, and as you all know, we have our homeless affairs liaisons. We have our Neighborhood Watch program and an Operation Tag It program. That's where officers actually get out of their cars and they walk and talk in the community to prevent auto burglaries. We have our PAL boxing program through our Police Athletic League. This is a youth boxing program offered free of charge to those age 8 to 18. And as you all know, we have our Resources and Community Hope program, our Rich House. This is a safe haven for kids in the city's most economically challenged areas, with an on-site officer who serves as a role model, mentor, tutor, and liaison. We have our ride-along program, our Safe Place initiative, our summer presentations where we engage with the community at parks and rec sites for our youth. We have our Black History Celebration, our Citizens Academy that Citro speaks so well about all the time. And we have our Youth Academy, our Bigs and Blue program, and our Bridging the Gap Field Day programs. There's too many to list. That's just a highlight from some of those programs. As you can see on this slide, one of our officers is mentoring a youth at our Rich House, and the other one is a Coffee with a Cop event. I'd like to conclude with a brief overview of the advanced training our officers receive. This picture highlights our simulator training, which is scenario-based and teaches the officer how to verbally de-escalate the situation. The officer's response and ability has direct influence on the outcome of the scenario. If you've had an opportunity to attend our Citizens Academy, we walk our guests through these scenarios. And by the conclusion of the academy, we have a plethora of student testimonials who have a newfound appreciation for what we do. Just to highlight some of the training that we receive, officers, when they go to the academy, receive over 770 hours of training. Then once they're hired, they receive 360 hours of in-house training before they go out into the field with their training officer and receive at a minimum 640 hours. So before they are out solo, they're up to 1,770 hours of training. And in addition to that, our law enforcement agency meets and exceeds FDLE's mandatory requirements for in-service training. As you know, or as we all know, businesses and citizens will not move into a city that is not safe. And Tampa is one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, and people want to move to Tampa. The hard work of our officers in concert with our community has laid this foundation. Police departments across the nation have come and continue to visit Tampa to see firsthand how we achieve this success. So thank you for the opportunity to highlight the efficiency and effectiveness of our police department. Our organization is apt for change and continues to evolve and improve, and we welcome the feedback and input from our community as they are our essential partners in our continued success.
Very much. Who is presenting next?
Lieutenant Hill.
Good morning, Council. This is Lieutenant Kimberly Hill, Tampa Police Support Services Division, which houses both of our personnel and training units. So this morning I have the privilege of speaking with you all about diversity and recruiting, which, like Councilman Goods, I'm very, very passionate about. So the slide you should see up right now is a breakdown of our department's demographics for the last month, which would have been August 2020. So we're unique in the fact that we track demographics on a monthly basis as opposed to annual or even once every 2 years like a lot of the other agencies. And we do this because it's important that we keep track of where we're at all times. So that way we know where we need to improve. And our goal is and has always been to try to mirror the community. So we have to keep those stats up to date. So currently you'll see from the chart that we're at 42% affected class. So although we're above the national average, we always strive to do better. So what we do is we look at the numbers and we determine where we can make improvements. And from there, we create initiatives to help improve in those areas. So first, I'd like to talk to you about what we currently offer. And then if I can get into some of the projects we're working on that I'm actually very, very excited about. So I know that Ms. Fox and Chief Burkhall kind of touched on a few of them. but the next slide should show some of the events that we participate in. And these are pretty much on an annual basis. So recently, I've been involved in a number of meetings and different committees with community leaders on diversity issues and how we move forward as a community. And what I realized from all the different meetings and the groups is that at the end of the day, you just don't know what you don't know, right? So a lot of people are just not actually aware of some of the programs we offer. And I'll just give you a couple quick examples. One of my last meetings was with a group of pastors, and one of the gentlemen began talking about, well, what about if over the summer we can get a group of kids together and kind of just show them what you guys do? And the whole time I couldn't wait for him to finish his sentence because I couldn't wait to jump in and start telling him that we actually have a youth academy, and we offer that youth academy every summer. And what it is we bring kids out from all of our local schools, our SROs work with them, and we come out and we kind of give them like a mini academy. We let them do driving, the simulator, we teach them about policies and procedures. And even at the end of that academy, they go home with a laptop or an iPad. And a lot of kids, don't have one, so that's always helpful at the completion of the academy. And then also our Explorer program. Some people aren't even aware, like what does an Explorer do? And our Explorers actually learn about Florida criminal law, traffic laws. We teach them about our own department policies and procedures. We teach them how to administer first aid, how to handle crimes, incidents such as traffic crashes, traffic stops, domestic violence. So they go through defensive tactics, they do ride-alongs, and you can start doing that at the age of 14 years old. I know Chief Burkhaw mentioned our PAL, Police Athletics League. They do boxing, they do reading after school, football, and during school, our Big and Blues. We have officers that actually go out. They have lunch with kids on duty. They spend an hour with them doing homework and just talking about life in general with all of these youth. Our Rich House, you can go after school. We have one in Sulphur Springs and Robles Park. After school they go. They're able to talk to officers. They're able to do their homework. It's a place for them to go have, dinner. A lot of people aren't even aware that it exists, and it's just so important to us. Our internship program, so many kids are looking for hours. They're not sure if they want to get into law enforcement, and they have no idea that we offer the internship program, and we do it 3 times a year. So fall, spring semester, and summer. If you just go online, tampagov.net and /police, you can read about our internships. And that was just one meeting. Another meeting I'm at, someone talked about the fact that the that the police academy costs money. And they're like, do you offer a sponsorship? And I got into the story about how I got here. Everyone comes from a different background. Everyone comes from a different upbringing. And me personally, I worked at Cracker Barrel when I went to college. I had to pay my own bills. I didn't have help. So I wanted to go into law enforcement, but I can't quit my job and pay thousands of dollars for a police academy. So I happened to see a flyer at USF that said Tampa was offering a sponsorship. So I put in for it, and thank God I got it. And 14 years later, I'm here now speaking to you. And those are some of the stories that, people just have no idea that we even have a police sponsorship. And the good thing about this, and forgive me, but I'm going to go ahead and take a little PR moment and let you know that we're actually, October 1st, we open our police scholarship. We refer to it as a scholarship, but for anyone interested, when you go online, make sure you look up Police Recruit. And our Police Recruit program, what that is we hire you as a police recruit. We pay for your entire academy. And then once you graduate and pass the state exam, you come on as a full-time officer. So just becoming a police recruit, you earn $19.50 an hour. You have full benefits, insurance. We pay for tuition, uniforms. And the requirements, the basic ones are just 21 years old. You have to be 21, a U.S. citizen, have a valid driver's license, and pass our background. You have to be suitable character and overall physical condition, but, that's an opportunity that a lot of people, it's a deal breaker for them because, again, they can't put themselves through the academy. And if they don't know about it, then they can't even put in for it. So we're really looking forward to that. Now that opens October 1st through October 30th. And the most important thing is if you do not apply online between those dates, then you won't be eligible. So we're currently advertising in the Sentinel. Bay News 9 is going to do a story on it. And you'll even see Heartline Bus. We're putting our flyers on the Heartline Bus. So that way it gets around to everyone so people are aware. So I know someone mentioned it earlier, we recruit in all of the local schools, the colleges, especially the athletic department. Right now, our scholarship class starts, the one that went on last year, they're getting ready to start the academy, and Chief Dugan was at USF talking to some football players, and one of them put in for a scholarship, and he's going to be in this class that starts next month. So those are the type of things we look for. You have to get out there, be involved in the community, and make sure that people are aware. So even though the programs we do now, I love them, I think they're great, and I want to make sure people are aware of them, what I really want to talk about is what we're doing, what's coming up. We have a phenomenal recruiter, Officer Melanie Gardner, and she's came up with several good projects this year that I'm looking forward to her starting. And the first one has to do with the local schools. So yes, we go out, we recruit, we talk to seniors, but she had the idea, well, why just talk to seniors? Why not go out and start early? A lot of these schools have criminal justice programs. So why not go out into the criminal justice programs, and we can follow these kids throughout the years. We can really get to know them. We can make sure they understand what the job entails, what the requirements are. And, you know, when they graduate and they go to college, we can also offer, people think of the Tampa Police Department as just police, but we have so many other positions within the police department, like communication technicians, which are dispatchers, neighborhood affair liaisons, crime analysts. There's so many other jobs that we just want to make sure we get out in the community and make sure that they're aware of them. And the kids graduating from these criminal justice academies, they can always come on board as a civilian in the beginning and let them finish their education. And maybe that will even open doors for them to be able to get one of our scholarships. She also talked about the recruiting team. So right now we have a social media team, and what the recruiting team would be is, we have over 900 officers, so we decided why not use them as a tool? Why only have our recruiter go out and recruit? So we want to educate our officers on some of the requirements to become a law enforcement officer. We want to educate them on when we're hiring, when we're not, so they can go out into the community. They meet people every day, whether it's on a call or just doing a community event. We want them to be able to go out year-round and recruit for us. We think that we will see a significant difference, and we have examples here already. I mean, I know Curtis Smith, Councilman Goode, yourself, Ida Walker. Miss Ida will tell you that she would not be where she is as the chief secretary if an officer didn't stop her and talk to her and follow her, you know, throughout her childhood, and that's what made her even get into law enforcement to begin with. So those are the stories that really make a difference. There are people from our community who now work here who can go back out and tell their stories, and kids, youth, they really understand it. They understand where they're coming from, and they look at people like Miss Ida and Curtis and they say, well, wait a minute, if they did it, why can't I? So those are some of the things we're looking at. And even think about it like this. When you go every day, what's something we all have to do? We get gas. So when I'm at Wawa getting gas, you begin to know that clerk. You start talking to them. We start letting them know about some of the opportunities with the police department. That's the type of recruiting that we're looking at. Yes, the recruiting events are good, but the problem is not everyone goes to those recruiting events. So if we can get out in the community every day and make sure they know what we offer, the job opportunities, we think that's going to make a difference in some of these numbers. And even working with the community leaders just to strengthen our partnership with the community. I know Detective Bradford came up with unified servants. It's one of the things we talked to with a group of pastors. And unified servants, it signifies that we're all public servants and we're all working together to improve and impact our community. And the mission that she came up with was to foster a cohesive working relationship between public safety and community leaders that'll build trust, transparency, and impact and influence through training, collaboration, and effective communication. So I got to be honest, I'm really excited to see what comes out of this. We want to get these youth early, and we want to really get people from the community to understand policing and want to become a part of it.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of comments, if I may, after what you presented. Councilman Beer mentioned incentives for PPD or potential or possible future TPD officers to live in the city, because there are a lot of TPD officers that don't live in the city because they can't afford to live in the city, number one. And you did mention, engaging the community and going out to recruit to schools, so whatever it may be, to show people that are looking or thinking about their future, the benefits of being a police officer. You mentioned you'll make X amount of dollars per hour, you have full benefits and whatnot. And that's encouraging and good to know, because there are many students coming out of high school that they don't know what they're going to do. They go to college, they don't know what they're going to major in if they go to college. So I say to people all the time, and I said this the other day, college isn't for everybody. Learn a trade, talk to these union apprenticeships and whatnot, and go that route. Some people that's one option. Another option is look to the fire academy, look to the police academy, because it's an honorable profession and the benefits are there, and you will earn a decent wage and whatnot. When people criticize politicians, and if I get criticized, which I have many times over the last 10 years, I say, then why don't you run for office? And I would encourage anybody to run for office. Put on the suit, file the paperwork, run for office. If there are people that are unhappy with the way the police department is going, I would encourage them, why don't you be a police officer? Why don't you look at a career in law enforcement? That's the way to go. If you don't like the system, try to, I would say, infiltrate the system and bring about the positive change. And those are certainly things that we can do. And I appreciate your presentation, because you broke down what you're doing, what TPD is doing in recruiting more people. We talk about the lack of diversity or the diversity numbers, that we need to go out into those communities and say, hey, you can be a part of this. You can be positive change. You can set a positive example, and go from there. Thank you very much. Who is the
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goode, go ahead.
I have a question for the lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
As it pertains to requirements, what is the requirement now? Is it still 1 year or 2 year college to be a part of the department?
Okay, so it's 60 credit hours or the equivalent, or your AA degree or 60 credit hours, or we take military experience in lieu of that. And I'm actually glad you brought the education up, Councilman, because again, these committees I was sitting on and some of the groups, a lot of this comes up, and I feel like I don't know how much of it actually gets out of the room, but I think we're all on the same page with what we want. We want diversity. We want our department to mirror the community. But I think some of that gets lost in translation. So you brought up our education, and again, it is 2 years, which is your AA or equivalent of military experience. But we did a survey at one of the last community events I was at, and do you know what one of the top things as far as what the community wanted and change? One of the top things were they wanted us to have a bachelor's degree instead of an AA. And that truly baffled me, because personally, I'm under the mindset that you don't have to have a bachelor's degree to be a good cop. I think you have to be relatable and understand. But, that just goes to show there's a disconnect. The community in that event I was at, we did a unanimous survey, and that was, I can't remember if it was number 1 or number 2, but they wanted us to have a bachelor's degree. So you have to think about that stuff. How is that now going to narrow our opportunity to grab more people overall? So right now,
I think it narrowed it years ago when we implemented that, because like I said, when Sandy Freeman hired most of us, I had some college, of course, but a lot of guys I came on with had no college, and they earned their degrees while working or obtaining money, because most of them didn't have any money to go to college. I think that's some of the issue right now, that you don't have a lot of minorities able to go to college, to even go to ACC to get the 60 credit hours. So I think that's a problem in itself.
And you have to look too at, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
I think that's something we need to look at, because other major departments around the country, they don't require that. So you don't want to digress for certain things, but I think that's something we need to look at as well. I don't know what communities that what you were talking about will have a bachelor's degree, but I know the ones that I know of, I would be hard found to see requiring a bachelor's degree, but I yield back to you, Lieutenant.
And I was just going to bring up, I'm sorry, very quickly, because I think it's very important, even for people who have applied in the past that may not be aware of it, and it speaks on the education. after you applied and had your AA degree or 60 credit hours, you still had to go take a TABE test, which is just like a high school equivalency test. But now, in looking at the numbers, you have to look at why you are not getting minorities. You can't just, assume what's happening. You have to actually look. And in looking, we realized that a lot of people were not A, passing the TABE test, or B, just not going to take it, period. So in bringing this to, Chief Dugan's attention, his question was, well, why are we doing a TABE test? You already have to have an AA degree or 60 credit hours. What benefit are we getting? Not only do you have to have transportation to get to the testing center, you have to pay a small fee to take the test, and then you have to make sure you pass it and turn in your results. So we felt like that alone was 2 or 3 different roadblocks just for people to be able to move forward in the process. So us now eliminating that TABE test moving forward, we're hoping to see some positive results from that alone.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant, because that was a roadblock. So thank you for doing that.
Yes, it was. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Who is next?
Mr. Chair. Oh, do you have more questions?
Councilmember
Infelder has a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hill, thank you. Thank you for your service. We're lucky to have you. Your enthusiasm is contagious even over the telephone. So we appreciate that.
Thanks.
I've heard that you've been at this position for a while. Probably been through a couple of chiefs, and at least this is probably your second or third mayor administration, I guess. But and as I pointed out earlier, and I'm sure that you are more than familiar with it, it looks like in terms of our minority numbers that we've plateaued over the last 10 years. And I appreciate the fact you guys are monitoring these numbers every month, and it's very informative to see these numbers. But in terms of the African American, we seem to have plateaued right around 12%. It goes up and down a point depending on what year, and Hispanics, I think something like 16%. And in contrast, the reflecting the community at large, minorities represent 50% of our community, 24% Black and 26% Hispanic within the city of Tampa. So we obviously have a ways to go, and I'm sure you agree with that, and you probably wrestle with it and have sleepless nights trying to do better. But my question is this: we know that this administration, Mayor Castor and her team, has only been in place for a year, and half of that year we've been fighting with COVID. So I'm understanding of that and the challenges that COVID has brought to us. When half of the city or a good portion of the city, gets stuck home and either in bed or quarantined or whatever. But my question is this: is your budget? As Councilman Vieira pointed out, a lot of times to make improvements, we have to fund and specifically target our funding very, very micro-targeted to make those improvements. And has your budget changed over the last year? We've gone through 2 budget cycles now. Has your budget changed specifically as related to minority hiring and minority recruiting? More staff, more incentives, that kind of thing. That's my first question, and then I have one or two others. But yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was going to say, I got to be honest, I'll have to take one question at a time. It's still early for me. The one that comes to mind as far as our budget increasing, so typically every year when I talked about the Police Recruit Scholarship Program, we hire 20 police recruits. This year, the chief approved 30. So this year we'll have 10 extra. And I wish I had the number with me, but I want to say for the scholarship class that starts in October, we're up to somewhere around, I want to say 79 to 81% affected class for this scholarship. And we're able to do that because of the 10 more additional positions we got from LETF, which is a law enforcement trust fund. So that's exciting. But if you talk to me about money, the chief will kill me, but I'll say, you know, give my recruiters everything you can. But we totally understand what's going on right now, the situation and how tough it is with the budget. So I think that's why, you know, Officer Gardner came up with, what can we do if we don't have the money? And going out into these schools and you know, working with the criminology programs and monitoring these kids, and even our social media, our recruiting team, you know, that type of stuff doesn't cost money, and it makes a real difference. No matter what, getting out in the community, even if it's one person at a time that we bring in, that's a ripple effect. That one person's going to tell one of their friends or parents, who's going to tell their friends, and that's what we need. We just have to keep that going.
And how big is your staff specifically as related to minority recruiting?
It's funny you say that. We just joked the other day at the promotion ceremony. We decided let's have our whole chain of command come take a picture, and everyone from the major down is female. So right now we have, it depends on what exactly you're referring to, because we have so many units. We have personnel, we have training, we have evidence. But I'll tell you, just for personnel.
No, you misunderstood my question. My question was in terms of your group, my folks under you who focus on minority recruiting. Is that just you and Melanie?
Oh, I understand. So Melanie is a full-time recruiter. That's her actual position, but our background investigators actually recruit too, as well as the corporal, sergeant. We take turns. So the whole personnel office recruits, but we have one main recruiter.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is probably more of a comment, but I would agree with Councilman Goods that you know, in terms of best practices, if we don't feel that college is a critical requirement, and that we can develop and create excellent officers straight out of high school, then why do we have the college requirement? That's not a question for you, but the chief is listening, and maybe at some point he can respond to that. And maybe it's not so much a question of why do we have the requirement, but maybe we need to consider backing down that requirement to where it was previously. So anyway, Lieutenant Hill, thanks again for your service and for your enthusiasm and for your hard work.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson? Was that you?
No, this is Chief Dugan. This is Chief Dugan. If Councilman Dingsfelder responds.
Go ahead, Chief.
You know, in reference to the age, we have a requirement of 21 years old. You know, I always say that police work requires the wisdom of an old person and the energy and strength of a young person. And if you look at it across the nation, a lot of times it's the younger officers that are involved in difficult situations. And so I would caution you on that, of wanting people right out of high school. And I'm not a big fan of lowering the standards of hiring police officers. I think that's heading in the wrong direction. And I would also encourage everyone, I believe it was Councilman Vieira who talked about diversity. In my opinion, diversity is more than just the color of your skin or your ethnicity. I think it comes back to where you grew up, your age, your religion, your education. There's a whole different things that come into diversity more than just the color of your skin. Thank you.
And Council, Mr. Chairman, let me clarify. And Chief, thanks for your response. When I was talking about hiring them right out of school, I didn't necessarily mean hire them at 18 years old. You know, they graduate high school or get their GED, you know, work at McDonald's for 3 or 4 years and be an assistant manager or something like that, but have kind of a dead end career going that way. by the time they're 21, 22, maybe they're looking around and they, and they might want something else. They don't have that AA degree because they've been too busy, making a little bit of money and maybe have a kid or two or something like that. So that's my point, Chief, in terms of the educational requirement per se. Is it something we could revisit? And I hear you saying perhaps. Is that possible?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anything else? Who is going to be speaking next at this point?
Mr. Chairman, that would be me, Gina Grimes, City Attorney. So we're ready to.
You're going to bring up the CRB at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you present, I know we have on the line Darla from the PBA who wishes to speak, and I would like to give her an opportunity after you present. So we'll keep that in order, and then we'll go to questions and discussion or whatever else. So go ahead, Ms. Grimes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're into the 2 hours in. Should we take a 5 or 10 minute break?
All right, let's do this because it'll be a lengthier presentation. It's 11:17. At 11:25, we'll resume. That's about 8 minutes. Please do not hang up. Do not disconnect from the meeting, and just mute your phones or your computers, however you're coming in, and we'll begin again at 11:25. Again, do not disconnect or hang up. Just mute yourselves.
Here.
Goods,
Here.
Carlson,
Here.
Dingfelder,
Here.
Citro, Miranda,
Here.
Maniscalco,
Here.
Citro's here.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Grimes, if you'd like to proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by just doing a very brief recap on how and why we are at this juncture with the Citizens Review Board. It started back in June of this year when City Council had one of its first in-person council meetings, and at that meeting, you received a substantial amount of public comment related to the police department and the CRB. At that June meeting, Council passed several motions, one of which was to schedule a workshop regarding policing, which is item 3 on your agenda this morning. You also passed a motion regarding information on diversity in the police department. That was item 2 that was addressed earlier. And then you also asked us to address the CRB's authority with regard to use of force and hiring. And I want to say loud and clear that we listened to those comments and that criticism. And what it clearly presented was the challenge that lied ahead of us to work on improving and building the public's trust and confidence in the police department. And actually, your first public speaker this morning, Kelly Benjamin, I believe, said it best. He said that what we need to do is create trust with concrete public policies. And so we think we can do that. We think we can do it through education, by establishing more transparency, and also by establishing oversight. And we can do all of those through the CRB. So in response to those comments and City Council's motion, we developed a slate of amendments to the CRB structure, and I'll address those in more detail. We presented those amendments to you at an earlier meeting on July 30th. At the July meeting, you also requested us to consider 7 additional changes to the CRB. And since July 30th, we drafted an extensive memorandum of law regarding the proposed amendments and City Council's requested changes, which we gave to you some time ago. We also spoke several times to the ACLU and to the PBA regarding their positions with respect to our proposal. And after hearing from them and working on the motions that you had issued, we drafted revisions to the Citizen Review Board code or ordinance. And in order to understand the scope of the amendments that we're discussing, I think it's important that we first look at where we are now with the structure of the CRB. So next slide, please. As you'll see, the CRB was created in 2015. It's comprised of 9 members and 2 alternates. The mayor appoints 5 members plus 2 alternates. Currently, both alternate positions are vacant. So the mayor appoints 5, council appoints 4. Currently, the staff for the CRB is the CRB coordinator, who is also the Professional Standards Bureau, also known as Internal Affairs, captain. The CRB attorney is actually one of the city attorneys, assistant city attorneys, who's the TPD legal advisor. They meet on a bi-monthly basis, or sometimes more often, depending on the number of cases they intend to consider. And in the last 3 years, they reviewed an average of 6 cases in each of those years. And just to give you some perspective on that, last year they reviewed 6 cases, and that was out of the 14 internal affairs cases that were completed last year. So almost half of the IA investigations were reviewed by the CRB. The CRB's existing duties are just 2. They review closed internal affairs investigations involving use of force, And they also review cases and issues of importance or community if they raise those issues, and whether revisions to TPD's policies are appropriate. And next slide, please. As you can see, we have a chart up here showing the current CRB members. I want you to note that currently the chairman and the vice chairman are city council appointments. And then it also lists the mayoral appointments and their terms and when their terms expire. Again, as I said, currently the 2 alternate positions are vacant. So I'm going to begin by moving on to the amendments that we're proposing to the structure of the CRB. We've presented these to you previously, but I'm going to go through them fairly quickly, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. The first 4 amendments are the ones that really are the most significant. The first is to authorize the CRB to review certain pending internal investigations once completed and provide findings and a recommendation to the chief prior to the imposition of discipline. So what this will do, it will allow the CRB to have input while a case is, before a case is actually decided upon as far as discipline is concerned by the chief. So it'll give them that window of opportunity to make a recommendation before the chief actually imposes any discipline. The second item is authorizing the CRB to review the hiring criteria and participate in a new TPD interview panel. And this was a suggestion that the chief himself made. And currently they have different individuals in the department that actually conduct interviews. Instead, he would like to establish an interview panel, and in so doing, he would also allow or permit one of the CRB members to sit on that interview panel. So they would be able to see firsthand how the interview process works. They would be able to see the types of recruits that are being considered. And we've also established a method by which the CRB members could rotate on and off that interview panel to give all of them some exposure and insight into the interview process. And the other thing that that was specifically discussed with the chief at the request of Councilman Goods is that this interview panel be made up of diverse members of the TPD staff. And Chief Dugan has committed to doing that. And so in revising the current draft of the CRB ordinance, I would be inserting in there a requirement that the chief's new interview panel be comprised of different diverse members of the TPD staff. The third change that we're proposing is to provide the CRB with monthly notifications regarding TPD complaints and create a complaint tracking system. Again, that's also to provide some transparency into the department and for anybody who might file a complaint to know that the complaint has been logged and that it can in fact be tracked through the complaint tracking system, so they can see where it is. It can be known to the CRB the status of that complaint. The next change is to provide for a direct file of TPD complaints with the CRB, and this change was recommended or suggested because based on a lot of the comments that we heard, it made it clear that some individuals that have a complaint about a TPD officer may be hesitant to file that complaint directly with the department. And so by allowing direct file of TPD complaints with the CRB, it gives individuals an outlet that they may feel more comfortable with in filing a complaint. The next change is to notify the CRB regarding new use of force policies or changes. So before any of those changes dealing with use of force are modified, the TPD staff would have to come and present to the CRB and advise them of those changes and why the changes are being done. Another important component, we think, to improving the public's trust and confidence in TPD is educating the public, and by providing workshops to train the CRB on different topics like the complaint process and how it works, like the hiring process, like the discipline process. There are going to be workshops in order to train the CRB members on each of these topics. And at those workshops, obviously, the public would have the right to attend those meetings and to listen to what's being taught. We also provided for additional qualification requirements for CRB members. I'm not going to go into the details of those unless you have some additional questions on those, but in the draft ordinance, we did make some modifications to those that were requested by council members as well as members of the public. We also have a proposal to expand the number of members on the CRB and appoint members from external organizations. Currently, there are 9 members and 2 alternates. We are proposing to expand the number of members to 11 full-time members. And I'll discuss with you in just a bit about how, about the proposal to appoint different members onto the CRB and who would make those appointments. An additional requirement is to require the CRB to conduct a community survey every 3 years. It's my understanding that a survey was previously conducted in 2017, and going forward, it would be conducted again in 3 years. And then the last change that we would like to make is to create and maintain a CRB website. When I attended one of the CRB meetings, I heard a common comment was that nobody really knew who the CRB members were, and nor could they find much information online about the CRB. So we intend to create a website dedicated to the CRBs. There will be a link to it through TPD's website, and information about the CRB, their members, and their agendas and past meetings would all be located on that website. As I mentioned at City Council's July 30th meeting, City Council requested additional changes to the CRB proposal. Next slide. That's it. Those additional changes are listed here. You asked that we hold CRB meetings in community locations. You asked that the CRB present their annual report to council in person in addition to a written report, which is the way it's done now. You also asked that the CRB hold 4 of those regular meetings per year in each of the City Council's single-member districts. You also mentioned that and requested that the CRB be provided with independent counsel and staff, that community leaders be placed on the new interview panel proposed by TPD, the council be authorized to appoint the majority of the members on the CRB, and that CRB be provided with some level of subpoena power. And as you can see, I've color-coded these different requests. In green, those 3 at the top are requested changes with which there's no issue at all, and in fact have been incorporated into the current draft of the ordinance. The next 3 are marked in yellow because in just a minute I would like to discuss with you certain alternative proposals to those requested changes. And the last item, which is the subpoena power, is the only request that we believe cannot be accomplished at this time, and that is based on a legal position that we will also go into in a little bit more detail in just 1 minute. So as far as the alternative proposals, with respect to the independent counsel and staff, as you can see from the enhancement of the duties of the CRB, there will be an additional need for an increase in the staff for the CRB. We think that it would be best to have subject matter experts from the police department to provide that staffing and that information. And I'm gonna, in just, on the next slide, I'll go into more detail about what I mean by that. The other alternative proposal is, and I thought I had a better solution to this than what I'm able to present this morning. We had initially proposed that your council attorney, Martin Shelby, serve as the counsel to the CRB, and for various reasons, he is having to decline that offer. So instead of having a TPD legal advisor serve as the counsel to the CRB, I would propose that we have a different additional assistant city attorney assigned to advise the CRB regarding procedures and authority. And again, I'll explain it in a little bit more detail in just 1 minute. As far as your request for community leaders on the new TPD interview panel, again, based on the diversity commitment from Chief Dugan regarding the interview panel members, we think that we discussed that issue with Councilman Goods, and he seemed to think that commitment would serve as an acceptable solution to the original request that it be a community leader. What he said he was looking for was for the interview panel to be comprised of more diverse types of individuals that perhaps would have more empathy with the various different types of candidates. As far as the city council request to appoint the majority of the members of the CRB, what we would propose is that the appointments be shared evenly. That would mean the council appoints 5 and the mayor appoints 5. The 11th member we're proposing be a representative from the NAACP, and that person would be appointed by council and then confirmed by the mayor. And that way it is split evenly down the middle. Right now, the mayor has 5 individuals that are currently serving on the CRB, and their terms do not expire. The first terms expire in 2022. However, the 2 alternate positions are currently vacant. So if council is willing to accept this proposal, then the council would immediately have 2 additional appointments, and the mayor would not have another appointment until her appointees' terms expire in 2022. And then the last item with respect to subpoena power, our response to that request is that such a delegation of authority and enhancement to the CRB's power would require a charter amendment. So let's go to the next slide on the CRB workflow and analysis. And I think this is important to understand because it supports why we are presenting the alternative proposals that we just mentioned. I don't know how many of you have ever been to a CRB meeting. Have any of you been to one?
I have, Maniscalco.
Vera has, yes.
Okay, well, the way a CRB meeting works is much the same as one of your council meetings, where you have a staff presentation format and the city department gets up and presents whatever issue. Let's use your zoning meetings as an example. The zoning staff gets up and presents the rezoning application, and the city council considers that rezoning application, and then you make your decision. Much the same way, when the CRB meetings are being held, the staff gets up and they present the case to the CRB. Currently, the only cases that are presented are the closed IA investigation. So the TPD staff member would get up and make the presentation with respect to the closed IA investigation. The CRB would evaluate it, make findings as to whether the investigation was appropriate and the discipline was appropriate, and make their recommendations. So what that means is you really have to have subject matter experts to do these presentations. And going forward, we're talking about enhancing the CRB's duties with respect to weighing in on the discipline, on the hiring process, also intaking and tracking complaints, and then looking at things like SOP changes. So all of those topics are going to require subject matter experts. They're going to need to know about how and explain to the CRB how the investigatory process works, how the discipline process works. It's very important. They have a progressive discipline system, so it's very important to understand from a subject matter expert standpoint. It's very important to understand how that process works. Same thing with the hiring standards, the SOPs requiring additional review have to be conducted whenever they're looking at policies dealing with pursuits, grievances, ethics, and then also the complaint receipt and tracking system. So there's it's not possible to have an quote independent staff unless we were willing to basically duplicate the staff from the police department, and we don't think that that's necessary. We think there's some cost efficiencies in not having a separate additional staff that would do nothing more than duplicate the efforts of TPD. And also, they would have a very steep learning curve. Many of these people that are in these positions, as you heard earlier on the discussion on diversity, you know, they've been in the positions for a decade plus. So this isn't a situation or a task that we could engage someone to perform without having deep subject matter knowledge. So we think that TPD is most and best equipped to provide the staff for the CRB. As to the question dealing with the independent counsel, I know that it was mentioned that other boards have outside counsel that serve as the attorney for those boards, and that's accurate. There's two boards that come to mind, which are the Code Enforcement Special Magistrates and the Civil Service Board. However, there's an important distinction. Both of those boards are decision-making boards or bodies. They hear a case that's presented by the city staff, and then they make an independent determination. And in those cases, we can't have the same office representing, if you will, the prosecutor as well as the judge in those cases. So we hire what is called conflict counsel. However, the CRB hearings are not adversarial hearings. It's a cooperative effort between the staff and the CRB. And again, we're trying to build trust in the public, in the operations of the police department. So we don't think it's appropriate to have conflict counsel in this kind of situation because it's not an adversarial proceeding. And furthermore, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this, but independent counsel, it is really a fiction under our charter and the way it's structured right now. Because what I heard is that an outside attorney is recommended because they want a separate attorney from the city attorney's office. And that's currently not something we could provide under the city charter. All of the legal affairs of the city are under the management and control of the legal department. And if we hired an individual attorney, an outside counsel, who was separate and apart and not subject to the management and control of the city attorney, then that would be in violation of the charter. So, and keep in mind too also that the city attorney represents all city departments and all city boards. So they would represent the CRB as well, and the city is going to be liable for the actions of those boards. Therefore, we cannot have an quote independent attorney that would serve as the legal advisor to that board unless that attorney was under the management and control of the city attorney. And so that's why we suggest that a separate assistant city attorney not affiliated with the police department serve as the attorney for the CRB. That assistant city attorney could advise them as to management of their meetings, how to make motions, and also rules of procedure, and then also what their duties and authorities are, and the extent of those duties and authorities. And I think that's what I heard from several of the speakers this morning. They want someone separate from the police department that, in fact, can advise the CRB as to what their duties and responsibilities are without that person being affiliated with TPD. And I think we can accomplish that through a different assistant city attorney that would be able to serve in that role. But I also want to emphasize that rather than debate, what we can do and what we cannot do, or suggest, or to debate who suggested which proposal, or even get into in-depth the separation of powers issue, I think it's important to focus on the fact that everyone involved here has the common goal of improving the public trust in TPD and the CRB. And so with that, I also would like to ask Ursula Richardson to address the last remaining issue dealing with the subpoena power.
Good morning, Council. This is Ursula Richardson. As to the request for subpoena power, which was made at your July 30th meeting, the Council asked that if we could not accommodate a particular request, that we issue a memorandum or give a legal memorandum to that. And to that respect, we have given Council a 24-page memorandum, and the subpoena power is addressed at pages 19 through 24. Some very extensive research went into that area, hours and hours of research and Westlaw use looking at that particular area. But I want to back up for a second before we go into that particular issue. The bigger issue, although the focus has been on subpoena power, the bigger issue is that what is being called for by certain organizations is really asking that Council and or the city convert the CRB into an investigative panel. Miami has been brought up as one of the examples. And just for Council's edification, there are only 2 panels in Florida or models in Florida that have investigative power. That will be the City of Miami, which was created in 2001, and the City of Key West that was created in 2002. Both of those investigative panels were created as a result of a charter amendment. And the charter amendment is very important in the sense that when we keep hearing the refrain about the board being independent, independence was something that the voters considered in both of those jurisdictions as far as the CRB having some place and apart from the police department. So the voter referendum in Key West and in Miami created the independence for their boards. The voter referendum created the independent staff and the independent council for those boards. The voter referendum created a budget. That means that the voters considered all of the work, money, and resources that were going to be necessary to carry out this investigative functions for these boards, and approved that the city would basically make money available to these boards. And as a part of that, the voter referendum also approved the subpoena power that each of these boards have. So the subpoena power was given to the City of Key West organization and the City of Miami's organization as a part of the consideration of the investigative function and model that was being created by that particular facility. And the voters made the decision essentially to create a separate department for their boards. In the City of Miami and the City of Key West, the actual board members are volunteers just like they are for the City of Tampa. However, the investigative function essentially is another department. And in Miami, that function is carried out by 6 different members of 6 independent staff. In Miami, that will be an executive director, an assistant director, an independent attorney, 2 investigators, an analyst, and an executive assistant. And in Miami, the budget at this time, the annual budget for the City of Miami is $1.2 million. And that's important. When you start to talk about this investigative function, it creates a department that will need to intake complaints. It will investigate complaints. It also will be responsible for forwarding complaints to the police department to make sure that it's in line with the officer's Bill of Rights, if disciplinary action is to be taken as a result of the complaint. And it is something that needs funding, and the voters need that. It's a consideration for the voters. But right now, the city of Miami started with a budget back in 2001 when this model was created that was significantly less than $500,000. And at this point, as of 2017, the city commission in Miami did a ordinance that says the minimum funding for their criminal investigative panel, so it is not a citizens review board, it is a civilian investigative panel, is $1.2 million. And that's the minimum funding that is required for that board since 2017. For the city of Key West, they also have independent staff, which consists of a director, an attorney, and they can hire as needed investigators for their investigative powers or process. But that's also funded by the city of Key West to the tune of at least $100,000 on an annual basis. So I think that even though we keep specifically harping on subpoena power is this one thing, subpoena power is a part of a department or a model that was created by voters in each of those jurisdictions. The research that we did on this issue led us to the charter as being the primary driver of whether or not a city has the ability to create an independent department that's separate and apart from the city and or the police department, give it independent staff, create a budget for it, and give it subpoena power. That is the number one driver in whether or not those things can occur. And again, these two jurisdictions that we're talking about as models were created by voter referendum and a change to their charters. We also have, and we have a slide for you that will say where it's located in the charter. But for the city of Key West, it's located in their charter at section 1.07. And for the city of Miami, it's located in their charter at section 51 of their charter. But essentially, those are things that need to be considered, is that the model itself is one, the investigative model itself is one that was approved by the voters. And so when you're considering this issue of subpoena power, the bigger issue is whether or not you are creating a department that will need to be funded that has not been approved by the voters of the city.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I may, going back to our slide presentation again, I did not want our discussion this morning to talk as much about what cannot be done, such as the subpoena powers, as much as I wanted to focus on what we are doing. And again, as I said earlier, it's important to focus on the fact that I think everyone involved, council, the administration, and even the public, based on their comments this morning, all has the common goal of improving the public trust and confidence in TPD, and doing it through the CRB, through the education process, educating the public about the duties and responsibilities of TPD officers, and then also allowing the CRB to evaluate the standards and regulations under which officers have to operate. We think that this slate of amendments also gives TPD a lot more transparency. It allows the CRB to have, more of an eye on the operations of the police department, especially in the area of complaints and hiring and discipline. And so in this way, the CRB has that kind of oversight that, and the public has the same oversight that the CRB has to see exactly what's taking place in the police department. So if you could go to, yes, this slide. I think this slide shows very graphically what it is that we're trying to do. As you can see, it's a comparison between the existing duties of the CRB and the proposed duties of the CRB. And I heard several speakers say that the current CRB is a, quote, do-nothing board. I think that the powers they do currently have are significant in that they can review at their desire issues of importance or interest to the community, and make recommendations. But if you look at the proposed duties, especially the first four, we are, these proposals that we're asking you to move forward today, these proposals are substantial enhancements to the CRB's ability and to evaluate and oversee the police department, and they're substantial enhancements to the CRB's authority. Our intent and actually, frankly, our expectation was that council would embrace these changes. And the reason that we had that expectation is when you compare what we're proposing to the rest of the CRBs across the state, next slide, you'll see that the CRB that we propose to create will have more authority than, in certain respects, than even the Miami and Key West review boards that were created by charter. And I want to point out that is, you'll see the first column is the Tampa currently the CRB. The second column is the proposed, and then it's compared to Miami, Key West, Orlando, and St. Petersburg. And as you'll see, there's many fewer green checks as far as the powers and duties of these other boards than you would have under the proposal for the Tampa CRB. We would have the ability to make recommendations to the mayor or to the chief. They would have, as we mentioned earlier, involvement in the interview and hiring process. That's not something that the Miami CRB has, nor the Key West. And both of those are boards that were created by charter. Being involved in making a recommendation on discipline of an officer after the internal affairs investigation has been completed is another enhancement to the CRB's powers that's being proposed. Again, neither the Miami or Key West models have that same authority. In complaint tracking, that's also, I think, important in the respect that it allows the CRB to monitor the complaints as they work their way through the system. And again, neither Miami nor Key West has a complaint tracking system that their review board is involved with. The only two things that they do have is that the city CRB does not currently possess is subpoena power and an independent staff. However, even though they have an independent staff and subpoena powers, all they do in the end is simply replicate the internal affairs investigation. And in the end, regardless of what their finding is, neither of those boards can do anything more than make a recommendation to the mayor or the chief regarding the investigation. And that's because of the police officers' Bill of Rights. So, you know, the city of Miami, as you saw, is budgeted $1,200,000 to staff its CRB that has independent staff and investigative powers and subpoena powers. But in the end, the result is no different than what we're proposing with the Tampa CRB, which is a recommendation to the mayor or the chief of police. So we believe with these changes, the city will, as you can see here, have one of the best CRBs in the state of Florida. We think that these proposals provide the CRB with meaningful authority, but also keep in mind that it's important and required that we balance that authority to respect the police officers' Bill of Rights, and also to respect the officers' rights in the investigative and in the disciplinary process. So we believe we struck the right balance with respect to both of those goals in giving the CRB meaningful authority, but also respecting the rights of officers. So the next slide is the next steps that we're proposing would have to be taken, which is if council supports these additional amendments that we've proposed and the changes and with the alternative proposals as we propose, we would revise the CRB ordinance, and we would also revise and conform the CRB executive order issued by the mayor. And as you see from the rest of this list, there's a lot of work that is must be done if council supports these changes. And that's why we proposed an effective date of February 2021 for implementation of these measures. We would have to do such tasks as develop a schedule for appointment of the additional members, and those would be the 2 additional members that council would be able to immediately appoint. We would have to develop the schedule for community meetings, and including holding those meetings in each of the 4 council member, single member districts. We would have to, and this part is very important because of the role that the CRB is going to have, but we would have to develop a training curriculum for the first year, because the CRB is going to have to be educated on TPD's hiring process, on TPD's discipline process, and also on the SOPs. We also, in this time frame between now and February, would have to establish the TPD interview panel and create a rotation system that was acceptable to the CRB. We would also have to establish a monthly complaint reporting and tracking system, so that the complaints as they come in would be sequentially numbered, and there would be a method by which the status of those complaints could be monitored. And again, also, if any complaints are directly filed with the CRB, we would have to create a process for the intake of those complaints and how those complaints would be moved on to the department for review and investigation as appropriate. And then last, we would have to create the CRB website and publish those links and have all of that information available to the public. So in the end, what we're requesting is a motion from council to move forward with the amendments as we've presented them today, and would also commit to working again with the ACLU and with the PBA regarding some additional limited revisions that they've asked us to make to the draft that's currently been distributed. So again, those two issues would be, moving forward with the amendments as proposed, and then being willing to work with the ACLU and the PBA regarding specific modifications to the pending draft ordinance. I'd also just like to mention that the CRB chair, Rashid Akil, is here this morning and on the line and would like to speak, as well as the PBA president, Darla Portman, who actually council invited to address the council on this topic.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we go to questions from the board, let's get through the speakers. Let's go to Darla from the PBA, then the chair of the CRB, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Councilman. This is Darla Portman with the Tampa PBA. I'm here also with the Florida PBA. I've got Executive Director Matt Puckett. I've also got Attorney Jeff Stahl and Stephanie Webster. I wanted to let you guys know that the CRB, the way it is now, has never been an issue, and the way that the mayor's proposing it now gives them more power. I'm not comfortable with it, but I'm okay with it. There's a few things that we want to list that are concerns with us, and has to do with the Officer Bill of Rights and some of the qualifications in there. But for the most part, I think we've come to a good compromise between what ACLU wanted and what the city wanted. To me, it seems like it's a fair compromise. I'm going to let Matt Puckett speak as to some of the qualifications and the reasons why we have some concerns with that.
Thank you for the time. I'm Matt Puckett. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Police Benevolent Association. I want to make a couple of comments. One, I've always kind of held up the city of Tampa as a crown jewel for how they treat their law enforcement and how they respect their law enforcement officers. I have the privilege of being in cities and counties all throughout the state, and I've always thought Tampa really was exemplary in that regard. So I'm a little taken back by this move to enhance the powers of the Citizens Review Board. You have one in place. They look at use of force cases, they make recommendations, and this just seems like a bit of a power grab, in my opinion. Take that for what it's worth. If you look at the qualifications, you're not going to have anybody who ever worked for the Tampa Police Department serve on this, yet you're going to put the citizens through the Tampa Citizens Academy, and you're also going to require them to do ride-alongs and basically looks like, what is this, 27 hours worth of ride-alongs. So you want them to have experience working within the Tampa Police Department and understand that, but you don't want anybody that ever worked for Tampa on there or any current law enforcement officers. Yet we skip down on page 4 under E on qualifications, and if you have been arrested outside of the last 2 years or you've sued a law enforcement officer outside of the last 2 years, you can serve on the board. I feel like that's kind of being written for an individual. I think that should be stricken from this. I feel like that's going to put somebody on the CRB that maybe has a bit of an axe to grind, and this is supposed to be objective, and we're here to try to find solutions. I don't think that does that. You have 400,000 citizens in the city of Tampa. I think you can find some qualified people that could serve on this board that don't have an arrest or have been a party of a litigation against an officer. So that's my opinion as the executive director of the Florida PBA. I appreciate you taking my comments. I'm going to turn it over back to Darla.
All right, I want to have Jeff Stahl, our attorney, speak of the possibility of a conflict with Chapter 112 of the Florida State Statutes, the Officer Bill of Rights.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. The way this is written, I'm looking at subsection F5. The language that you have there sounds good. My position is that it just doesn't go far enough. It doesn't address what happens if there is a conflict. So are the provisions of this proposed ordinance, are they going to be superseded by these the laws that are set forth in subsection 5? Who decides if there's a conflict? Is somebody going to have to file for an injunction? Are we going to have to end up in court over a suspected conflict? So I have that concern. I just think that the language needs to go further. I shared a lot of my other concerns with the city attorney's office yesterday, and I think they're well aware of them, and Ursula and Gina can share the ones that they think are relevant with you. But I'm very concerned about the confidentiality of these complaints as well. The Police Officers' Bill of Rights makes it clear that the contents of an investigation, of an internal affairs investigation, need to remain confidential. And I'm concerned about the sharing of this information while these cases are still pending with the Complaint Review Board. I don't have any problem with them sharing it with them after the cases are no longer pending. But especially in today's society, officers are in danger. Officers are being shot, and complaints about officers that may not be valid being made public puts officers in danger, and their personal information being shared with the public. It's very concerning.
So this is Darla again. My concern with that is that ACLU talks about how the statute 4B of 112 says that it's not
112.533.
112.533, my bad. I wanted to make sure that they said that the misdemeanor can't be held. It's unconstitutional. So being unconstitutional, then what teeth do we have for a CRB chairman or any of the CRB board not to go and disclose all that information about a complaint or a police officer to the media, to their family, to social media? I mean, that's a huge concern. Has a potential to corrupt the IA process. We have a really good system in place, and I just want to let you know from the union standpoint, we've had 17 officers in the last 6 years that the union has, not wanted to arbitrate for or take to civil service. We've told them to resign, retire, because they went off the reservation and they didn't do what they were supposed to do to uphold their oath as a police officer. Chief Dugan has done a great job. The city's done a great job. Mayor Castor as a chief and as a mayor has done a great job to get rid of officers that just don't fit. And we've opened up with body worn cameras, you know, city council, $13 million for body worn cameras. And I made sure the policy is an officer puts it on when they're dispatched and they don't shut it off until they have come clear of the call or gone to booking, just to make sure that we're so transparent that you guys see that TPD is awesome and we have no issues with our police officers. We've had 4 shootings in the last 2 years. All 4 of them have been cleared by the state attorney, have been cleared by the department. We've also gone as far as letting FDLE start to do our shootings because transparency. You don't want the in-house to do it anymore. You want another agency to do it, so we've given it to FDLE. So I don't know how much more is there to give. So I just want to make it clear that the mayor's policy is way better than we thought it was going to be, and we're pretty good with most of it, but there's just a certain little things that we wanted tweaked. And I don't have much more than that.
All right, thank you very much. I believe
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
And Vieira, if I may, or
Just point of order. Yes, sir. I don't know if they're still on the line, but Mr. Shaw from the ACLU, Mr. Benjamin with his own organization, but specifically, if Mr. Shaw is still on the line, I think as a matter of fairness, we should hear from them. Ms. Grimes had a very comprehensive, lengthy presentation. PBA just had a nice opportunity with the state representative to speak, and I think that we should allow Mr. James Shaw with the ACLU. They put a lot of time and effort into this as well. So if he's on the line,
would you also add Jamie Clapholt to that list from Tampa for Justice?
Right.
If she's still on the line. Are either one on the line still?
Mr. Chairman, I think both of them already spoke this morning under public comment. And the council invited, in their motion, you invited the PBA. That's why they were given the opportunity to speak.
This councilman's motioning that they'd be allowed to speak up for more than 2 minutes and respond to all the great stuff we've been talking about. So,
okay.
All right, we also have the chair of the CRB. Is the gentleman on the line?
Yes.
All right.
This is
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
This is Rashid Akil, chairman of the Citizen Review Board. Greetings to all. And today I express my own opinion, and it has no burden reflection upon the board. I'd like to begin that this workshop meeting has been very educational, and again, it's great to understand that all the like minds are still trying to achieve the common goal, in which what the CRB was created to close the gap with the community and law enforcement to create a most trustworthy relationship to better benefit the community. So that's the extreme purpose, which is very necessary for a community to continue its safety. We have to have the participants of residents. So in that, I was able to digest all the information. And moving forward, I think it's a great proposal. It's a great enhancement, and moving forward, it supports the accountability, also supports transparency. And under the past administration, Mayor Bob Buckhorn, that was one of his importance of help creating the CRB. So I'm very grateful to be a part of the solution. I believe the community has asked the question, and I believe we're responding in a manner that's needed. So I applaud the current proposal. I understand there kinks worked out in reference to the educational part and training, but I'm very confident in the existing board. We all members of the board have took an oath, and we abide by that oath, and we also support it with the code of ethics. So moving forward, I believe, in my opinion, this will be additional responsibilities that we'll be eagerly ready to participate in. And this is a proposed amendment. It may be the answer, it may not be the answer, but I would like to definitely suggest that we move forward. The people are waiting, and I want to begin some form of action to start the healing process, to rekindle that trust so we can move forward as a community. So speaking as a chair and speaking in my own opinion, I think it's a great proposal. It has enhancements, especially in reference to the participating in the hiring process, being able to track complaints. And I must applaud TPD in the past, Chief Dugan. Every request that Citizen Review Board has asked has been answered. So they've been very supportive, and I believe if the City Council continue to be supportive, and as long as we all work together, we can achieve the common goal of creating that bridge, closing that bridge between the community and law enforcement.
Thank you very much. We do have Mr. Shaw and Ms. Clapholtz on the line. They were muted. If we could unmute them, whomever wishes to speak first, if it's Ms. Clapholtz and Mr. Shaw, that will conclude the speakers, and then we'll go to council.
Sure, this is Mr. Shaw. I'm unmuted. I'll just speak and then pass to
Go ahead.
colleague.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to respond to the argument that a city charter amendment is necessary. It was pointed out that Miami and Key West both amended their charters. They both had very specific reasons for doing so. That was very specific to those two cities. In the memo that we circulated to city council members, we pointed out that the city of all of the municipalities within Miami-Dade County were carved out of the home rule powers that were given to municipalities by the 1968 Constitution. Under Article 8, Section 6C of the Constitution, it says everybody except for municipalities within Miami have these home rule powers to do whatever the legislature can do. It's well established that the legislature can create a body and vest it with subpoena power, but Miami couldn't because of that provision. That provision required it to amend its charter to do so, so it had to do that. But that was a problem Miami had that Tampa did not. Key West also amended its charter, but again, it had very specific reasons for doing so that were political. At the time, the then Mayor Jimmy Weakley and City Manager Julio Avael and Police Chief Buzz Dillon had this hysterical opposition to having a civilian review board, and the Key West Police Department was out of control at the time around early 2000. There were several high-profile incidents, but the reason that it was done is because Key West City Council lacked the will to do what the people of Key West wanted it to do, and they had to, in kind of an embarrassing maneuver, use this provision in their charter that allowed for a law by charter amendment, because of a lack of political will, not because of a lack of power to do it. So it is well established in Florida law that home rule powers includes the power to create an administrative board. There's an Attorney General opinion. You can find it by Googling Florida Attorney General Opinion 75-11, and that mentioned that the city of Clearwater posed this question to the then Attorney General. Can we create a board and give it subpoena power? I did read the city attorney's 24-page memo. Attorneys disagree with one another all the time, and regretfully I have to disagree with fellow bar members as to a distinction that was drawn in that memo. It says, yeah, well, that was an administrative board, and this is not an administrative board. But if you look at Attorney General Opinion 75-11, it does not say the only reason Clearwater can do this is because it's an administrative board. If it wasn't an administrative board, then it couldn't do that. That just isn't so. So I want you all to know that you do have the power to do this. The public understands that you do have the power to do this. We understand the difference between a lack of power and a lack of will. And it does, based on some of the comments I heard, it does seem that there's a little bit of paranoia and hysteria that subpoena power would somehow be used to abuse police officers by CRB members that have access to grind with them. And because of Leo Board, that's not even on the menu. The reason it needs to have subpoena power is so that it can get surveillance footage and documents and testimony from lay witnesses who might be reluctant to give that testimony. That's the reason that it needs to exist, and the reason that it can't really be effective without that. So that's why we're asking for that. And I kind of don't like the supposition that that we need to presume that CRB members would be people who have access to grind. That was what the Key West city government believed at the time too. It didn't pan out. It hasn't been the case in Miami. It won't be the case in Tampa. We can trust them with the responsibilities that they would be vested in. And I don't, unless anyone has any questions, I'll pass to my colleague, Ms. Klappholz.
All right, next we'll have Ms. Klappholz, and then we have the final speaker by the name of Cameron. And that is it for the speakers. Then we go to council, Mr. Shelby, anybody else on this side that wishes to respond. Go ahead, Ms. Klappholz.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to address the red line revisions to the mayor's administration's proposed ordinance language that we resent to you this morning, and we initially sent to you on August 31st. And I would strongly recommend and request that you consider the changes that we've proposed to the ordinance language. And just to briefly go over some of the highlights with respect to the appointments of members of the CRB, what we've proposed, and this is what Miami has as its model, is that the city council would appoint a nominating committee, and the nominating committee would take applications and recruit potential CRB members from the community, from different parts of the community, and vet those applications and make nominations. And then each city council member would get one appointment, so that would be 7, and the remaining 4 appointments would be from the mayor. So we think that that would be a really good way to kind of, as much as possible, remove the appointment process from the political process by having a nominating committee, do the legwork of recruitment and vetting, and make nominations. And with respect to the piece about individuals who may have had arrests or convictions in the past and whether or not they are qualified to be on the CRB, or if anybody's ever sued the city of Tampa or the Tampa Police Department, in our view, those are things that should certainly be considered by the nominating committee and by the city council members or the mayor, whoever's making the appointment. That's certainly information that should be considered and weighed, but we are opposed to an outright categorical disqualification in the ordinance, because I think we think that it's a case-by-case basis, and we trust the city council and the mayor to make, to decide whether to appoint someone, weighing that information along with other information about any particular individual. Now, another area that I kind of wanted to touch on that James touched on as well with respect to subpoena power, and on a related note, kind of outside of subpoena power, we think it's very important that there are very strong parameters in the ordinance about the procedure by which the Tampa Police Department has to respond to requests for information from the CRB. We appreciate, from what I'm hearing from this meeting, that the TPD has been very responsive in providing requested information, it sounds like, thus far, but we respectfully think that in order for the CRB to really truly have the public trust and effectiveness, that we can't just go forward relying on the good faith of the TPD. There should be stringent procedures about how that request for information to the TPD must be responded to. And we think that if there's any basis that the Tampa Police Department thinks, legally it's not allowed to provide requested information, then that basis should be provided to the CRB in writing. And that all ties back into what I said earlier in my comments about the importance of having an independent counsel to be able to advise the CRB if issues of that nature come up. And so I'm just going through our red line changes here. With respect to the piece about if there's anything that conflicts with the Police Bill of Rights and state law, that's another area where, and the importance of an independent counsel comes into play. And that independent counsel would be able to advise the CRB about the parameters of its powers and making sure that it doesn't overstep the Police Bill of Rights. But really don't see, the concern there. The way that we've drafted the language in our proposal, it makes it pretty clear that there's no intent to do anything for the CRB to be able to do anything that would violate the Police Bill of Rights or any other state law. And lastly, I just want to emphasize that kind of what was said earlier, that it's one thing for the CRB to be able to review closed files from Professional Standards Bureau or to be able to take complaints and review complaints. And we think that that's crucially important. But we also want to see a CRB that can take proactive action and investigate and review issues that are more, large scale. For example, in 2016, I went to a CRB meeting, and one of the things that I asked was for the CRB to look into the Tampa Police Department's use of Stingray technology, which is a surveillance technology that I believe takes information from cell phones. And to my knowledge, that was never looked into, but that's an example of something that we think, would be the role of the CRB to take proactive action in investigating and looking into things like that, outside of something that comes before them in the form of a complaint or an internal affairs file. And so in order for them to do that effectively, they need to be able to do investigations and independently collect information that they, whatever information that the CRB deems necessary, rather than just being handed information from the police department. And so that's kind of the thought process behind a lot of the things that we're requesting, is the importance of being able to independently collect information in a transparent way to the public, and then being able to make informed recommendations and informed opinions about that. And of course, if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Cameron, who should be on the line. If you could unmute yourself. And then from there, we go to discussion from council members. Any questions for Mr. Shelby, anything else? Go ahead, Cameron, if you're on.
Yes, I'm on, and thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I appreciated all of the presentations, and I just had a couple of comments. Back to my original statement at the beginning, I have to emphasize that independence is one of the...
Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Cameron McElhenney from the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. So in regards to independence, it is one of the most essential defining concepts of civilian oversight of law enforcement. It refers to an absence of real or perceived influence from law enforcement, political actors, or special interests looking to affect the operations of the civilian oversight agency. And I say that because we're not talking about that there is necessarily an influence from law enforcement or political actors, but for many community members, there is a perceived influence. And so to make sure that you have an oversight agency that shows itself to be independent is so important. It also has to maintain that independence and also demonstrate the extent of its independence, even in times of crisis, which we've seen throughout the country in recent months. I also want to talk a little bit about, there were a lot of mentions, and I apologize, I have not seen the 24-page memorandum, but I did notice there was a lot of discussion of comparisons with other oversight agencies within the state of Florida. I would urge you to widen your scope and learn more about some of the oversight entities that exist outside of Florida that have taken in authorities and produced very effective and sustainable oversight models. And I'm happy to provide information to the council at any point about those, forward any information and contact so you can have conversations with them as well. I also want to talk a little bit about one particular point about, and it really goes back to independence, about the staffing of the agency. I do have some concerns just from looking at the red line version of the ordinance. about the staffing and its lack of independence from TPD. And I know that there was the mention of cost efficiency, and I would suggest that cost efficiency doesn't always equate or even lead to trust. And so maybe that's not a good way to look at it solely. I know that that is absolutely a consideration for a city. But I also want to let you know that there are lots of subject matter experts outside of police departments or any law enforcement agency that can handle all of those. And there are many directors of agencies throughout the country who are also subject matter experts, excuse me, on those individual items that were listed in the slide presentation. You know, there are, as I mentioned earlier, there are many principles of effective oversight, and I would urge all of you, I have forwarded some of that information on. There are, and I go back to the slides, there were a list of authorities of the several Florida agencies that were brought forth in the memorandum. You know, there were several authorities that were listed, but there are a lot more authorities that are necessary for effective oversight. And I would urge you to consider those alongside what the community needs and expects, and to also not just look at having more authority than the next city over, but to have a sustainable and effective mechanism that really provides meaningful oversight and builds the trust that all of you have talked about today. So thank you for allowing me to speak again, and I am available for any questions or additional information.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We had a last minute caller come in, and this is per the invitation of Councilmember Carlson in his motion for item number 3. This is Gary Wiseman from the State Attorney's Office, and this will be the final speaker. I've already instructed the clerk. This is the final speaker, and then we'll go to questions. Mr. Wiseman, if you're on the line.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Wonderful. I don't need to inject myself into your workshop. I just, we came at the last minute because Councilman Carlson reached out to us late last night to invite us. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the materials that were provided to this group for the workshop, but I just wanted to let you all know that the state attorney, Mr. Warren, is fully supportive of the citizens review process. We're here to help in any way that we can, but I don't have a formal presentation to make. I'm happy to answer questions specific to the subpoena power issue. I certainly have some data and information as you debate that issue. And I've been able to do some quick research this morning that may enlighten some of the council members, but I don't need to inject myself with a formal presentation.
Okay, do we have any questions for the gentleman while he's on the line? Councilman Carlson.
Oh, Vera, I have remarks, but no, I have nothing for Mr. Weissman, but I know Councilman Goods wanted to speak, but I also have some statements, if I may.
Okay, so are there any questions for the gentleman from the State Attorney's Office? Hearing none, thank you very much. We'll go to council members. We'll go beginning with Councilman Goods, then Vieira, and then we'll go down the line with Singfelder and so on. Go ahead, Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, a great meeting today and discussion, and again, your leadership. When I look at the steps on the presentation, when I look at revised CRB ordinance, then I look at revised CRB executive order, I'm wondering if I keep hearing the word ordinance throughout all these presentations, why are we inserting an executive order if we are going to adopt any proposal? It should be just an ordinance. So I'd like Ms. Grimes or Mr. Shelby to give me an explanation on that, because if we're saying this is an ordinance, we don't need the word executive order, I don't believe. If we're saying the administration is compelled to agree to some of these changes and we as a council agree to that, then why do we need the word executive order in there?
Mr. Chairman, this is Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilman Goods, thank you for asking that question. I just want to know from my perspective, I got the city attorney's memo last Wednesday along with when the city council members got it, and I have had an opportunity to review it, and I also received a copy of the ACLU's memo that they had provided to both city attorney and myself. But I want to share with you, Mr. Goods, I only have really had an opportunity very briefly with all the things that have been going on to speak with the city attorney just for, and her staff for an hour yesterday. There are issues that you raise that frankly, I'd like to be able to address with her before I come back to city council, or perhaps she opines, because I don't believe it's appropriate for me, out of respect, the great respect I have for her and the professional courtesy, to begin the process of airing that out now before we've had an opportunity to discuss this privately before we come back to council, because frankly, it's my personal opinion that these issues do need to be addressed, but they can also be very easily and amicably resolved. So with all due respect to your question, Mr. Councilman Goods, I would ask that if that question remains out there, that what this council does is perhaps make whatever policy decisions it wishes to make today, give directions with regard to the ordinance or the text of the changes itself, and then have a date to come back, after which time I think these issues will be resolved.
Well, I just think it's very important so we clarify, because I get confused when I say executive order versus ordinance. And when I look at the legislative matters or powers of this council, it's an ordinance is under our direction, but we have executive orders still within that. But my thing is, if the administration is already saying they like these ideas, and we as a council agree and vote on this issue and it passes, and my thing, it's an ordinance, not an executive order anymore. So I guess we would have to get clarification on that. And I thank you for answering the question. I know you'll get back with all the council members with an answer. And again, I say thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I think the answer is pretty straightforward, and we did address this in the memorandum of law, and that was just, it was giving you the history as to how the CRB was initially created. It was created by both, and it's very unique, so it's not anything that's previously occurred, but it was created by an executive order issued by the mayor, and then it was subsequently codified by an ordinance approved by the city council. So in the next steps that I listed, where I say that we would have to revise the CRB ordinance and revise and conform the executive order, I say that because those were the two methods used to create the CRB. And under the charter, when it addresses how boards may be created, they can be created in one of two ways. Or
Ms. Grimes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are we going to get into this now today?
No, I'm just explaining what the charter says. I'm not gonna argue in detail about it. I just want to say that the mayor, under the charter, section 5.01, has the authority to create any board by executive order approved by 2/3 vote of council. And similarly, the council in section 901 has the authority to create a standing board by ordinance that is recommended or approved by the mayor. So my point is, well, I'm sorry, I'm reading right from the charter.
Well, you're misreading what comes from the charter. Madam City Attorney, I had begged you yesterday on the phone to let's not go there. Those are my exact words.
Mr. Shelby, please just relax. All I'm saying is, because I wasn't able to finish, and I respect your opinion, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't discuss this sooner than yesterday, but all I'm saying, Mr. Goose, Councilman Goose, is that the charter requires both the mayor and the council to agree with on the establishment of the boards and any amendments to the boards.
I will say to you, that is a material misstatement of fact, but I'm happy to discuss it with the city attorney privately. Unfortunately, she made that statement publicly.
Okay, all right. I think both of you, and I know you both will resolve this behind the door to give me a clear understanding, because again, when I hear the word ordinance and the perception of this is all agreed upon, I'm thinking it's in writing. No other mayor can come behind and change it unless it's changed by amendment of an ordinance. So I'll get on to my next question, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure Mr. Shelby, Ms. Grimes are professionals and put the right answer to us. My second question will be to Ms. Grimes. Will this board fall under the sunshine? Because I heard what the PBA said in reference to confidentiality. So I need to know, is this board going to have some stipulation as versus for confidentiality? Because there probably will be sensitive information when you're doing investigations.
The board operates under the Sunshine Law, so it's a city board like many other city boards. It's no different, so it's subject to the Sunshine Law. But I think that the issue raised by the PBA dealt with when complaints are filed and what information the chair of the CRB might have access to. And what we need to do is make clear in the ordinance that that the chair would not have access to any information that's either confidential or under the Officer's Bill of Rights, or that is not otherwise subject to the Sunshine Law. So we need to make that clear. I think that was the issue that was raised by the PBA.
Thank you, Ms. Grimes.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira, and then we'll go to Dingfelder, Carlson, Citro, Miranda.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, this is Gary Weisman. Can I start on that last issue?
Go ahead, sir. And then that's it.
I apologize for interrupting. I presume Councilman Carlson invited us here because he had questions, but apparently he didn't. So I just wanted to be heard on that last issue with respect to confidentiality and the availability of information. Of course, in the criminal justice system, there are lots of standards that apply to how criminal justice information and data is shared. And that's particularly important to our office, that the council understand what they're doing if they decide to create an investigative panel, which I keep hearing that phrase, that there are a lot of standards that apply to criminal investigations that need to be considered that haven't been thought through in any of these proposals related to subpoena power, what the DRB is going to do in considering criminal justice information. I'd like to point out to the councilman or the council members a couple of things. I heard the speaker from, and I apologize, I think it's the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, reference the importance of independence. But on their website, there's a statement that if a civilian review board doesn't have subpoena power, that it's not a roadblock to effective civilian oversight. And I wanted to make sure the council members knew that. I also wanted to point out to the council members with respect to the Miami reference, that there is a reference in the Miami Code that any subpoenas have to be cleared through the state attorney. Because we were invited at the last minute, I haven't had any conversations with Kathy Rundle, who's the state attorney in Miami, whether she's ever been in the unfortunate position to have to worry about blocking subpoenas from their investigative panel. That creates a tremendous government conflict that I think this workshop should have to think through. The other comment that I would like to make with respect to the confidentiality issue that keeps coming up as well is there's lots of things that go into a criminal investigation that need to be thought of that our office deals with every day, whether it's informants, jail calls, surveillance video, all these sorts of things have certain protections attached to them. And so as you think about your Citizens Review Board and what oversight you want it to have, and protecting confidentiality, protecting the process of criminal investigation becomes extraordinarily important. And let's be clear about that as we talk about confidentiality. We want there to be a review process. I think TPD has made clear they want there to be transparency. But with respect to how our office fits into this, we have to respect the criminal justice process and make sure that as you're creating something, you're not interfering or making it harder to prosecute wrongdoers. Not just wrongdoers from law enforcement, but wrongdoers in other criminal cases that might be called to testify or might be called to give information to this investigative panel as it's being referred to. So I just wanted to mention that when I heard the word confidentiality be brought up. I'm not exactly sure why Councilman Carlson invited us at the 11th hour without questions, but provided the opportunity, I at least wanted the council to hear that information.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, could I just respond to Gary real fast?
Yeah.
The original motion was that we would invite several other folks, and frankly, I forgot that we were supposed to. My office was supposed to have invited them. I thought somebody else was doing it, and so one of the invited guests was Andrew Warren, just so he could weigh in on this in general. So I apologize for the last minute invitation. The idea was that these several folks would be part of the overall conversation. And Gary, thanks for standing in.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vieira, we will begin with you and then go to the line.
Thank you, sir. And as a point, I guess, of procedure, I guess, if you will, here on my end, I have a roughly 2 o'clock meeting on a city matter where an individual came in from California. It's going to take 20 minutes of my time or so. So just FYI in that regard for any prospective votes or anything of that nature. But just really quickly, just some notes I guess I took here. You know, a lot of issues before us today. I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different people on all sorts of side and try to take in as much information on this pivotal issue. And this is a pivotal issue. A couple of points I want to make, just some in response and some just ideas, et cetera. The idea that I think improving or modernizing the police review board is somehow antagonistic to law enforcement, I would have to respectfully disagree. Anyone who knows me knows my proud record on first responders, including all law enforcement officers. I think that we're past the time when most reasonable people would look at a civilian review board and look at it as something that is necessarily antagonistic to police. We on Tampa City Council in meetings past, have heard many voices that demonize law enforcement. And those voices to me, and I think to my colleagues on City Council, are wrong. And I've spoken out on that many times in terms of that rhetoric, and I'll always do so based upon my values and where I come from. But for example, the administration proposal and any ideas additionally that I may put forth, I don't think give support to voices that demonize law enforcement or demonize anybody for that matter. We all want government accountability from an IRS agent to an FBI agent to a Tampa City Council member to a law enforcement officer, to anybody. And I think that's what it comes down to. Government accountability, properly understood, is as American as James Madison, the father of our Bill of Rights, so long as it's done fairly. And without, like I said, some of the rhetoric that we've heard in the past, which I don't think is involved in what we're going to be discussing here today. There's a lot of different things that are being proposed by the mayor that I think really go forward. And I think we have to give the administration, and I think most people do that, which is giving the administration a lot of credit. There's a lot of good things that are being done here. This proposal allows the board to be involved earlier in investigations on alleged misconduct. The mayor's proposal goes a long way in this regard. It lets the CRB get involved prior to imposition of discipline. That's something that's a real step forward. Allows the board to opine more so on public policy matters, hiring, use of force, et cetera. Again, it makes gains there. Allows the board to be involved with recruits and hiring. There are certain issues that have been stated here. There's an issue and dispute on allowing the board to have their own attorney. I continue to respectfully believe in this. I served on the Civil Service Review Board. We had our own attorney. Ms. Grimes' comments in that regard are accepted by me 110%, which is that is a board that makes decisions that have legal consequences directly with exposure to the city. Therefore, that board should have its own separate attorney. That point is well taken. But I still believe that there is an inherent, at least perception of conflict here that can be reasonably accommodated by having an outside counsel. Again, I think that's a reasonable step to take. I'll continue to say that. The issue of having the board have a majority of members, again, great movement in that regard. I said it the first time that we discussed this reform of the board, that having kicking off board members who have been doing a dutiful job, public servants not being paid, et cetera, under the idea that we're going to have 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, or whatever the breakdown is going to be, is something that I reject. However, taking one appointment away from the mayor to prospectively give city council the majority when that person, the next person, voluntarily leaves is, again, a reasonable step that addresses some of the reasonable concerns of some people in the community, and that does so while, again, respecting the service of those in the CRB. So if we go forward on that, that's the way that I would support it. In my opinion, the board can now take, under this proposal from the mayor, directly take complaints from the community. That's good. I want to continue to see the board be more accessible. We've talked about quarterly community meetings by the CRB. annual reports to city council from the CRB, because we're hearing, and Mr. Weissman just brought up a lot of different issues where things are in development. We need to hear from CRB members on so many of these issues. But these are proposals that I support that go a very, very long way in terms of improving the CRB. And when we inevitably and finally pass something, it's going to be another step that the city council is taking forward to implement change. I think that we should go forward on the issues that we all agree on. There are certain issues where there's a lot of conflict, et cetera. A lot of folks have talked about subpoena power. I know there was a back and forth between our two esteemed attorneys, Mr. Shelby and Ms. Grimes, on that issue and on other associated issues. There's a lot of different issues in that regard where more verification needs to happen, not only on the legal issues before us, for example, whether or not a council can give a board subpoena power, not for police officers, but for example, witnesses. Is that something that council can do without a charter amendment? We're being told presently no, by those within the city, with a respectful disagreement from some wonderful attorneys, Mr. Shaw, Ms. Clapholtz, wonderful attorneys who are also doing this work for free, by the way. Then how necessary is that from the Civilian Review Board? We heard from the chair today. I want to inquire on those issues as to non-police officers. I think that requires a lot more follow-up, et cetera. But we have, I think, some good agreement on this board on some of the issues that I've mentioned here today. And I think we can move forward on them today in a way that respects police officers. All 7 of us, I think, are supportive of law enforcement and appreciative of the work that they and their families do every day and their sacrifices, that respects the work of those right now in the CRB, but that moves forward sensibly, but also passionately for change. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to skip over Councilman Dingfelder and go to Councilman Carlson and then come back around. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thanks for everybody's comments and hard work, and again, apologies to Gary for the last minute request to come in, and hopefully we'll have some other questions for you in a little while. I want to just set the record straight on the genesis of this. This discussion, particular discussion on the CRB, is not happening because of everything that's happened recently. It's not a specific complaint about the police department. It is a holdover from 5 years ago. And what happened 5 years ago is the last administration had some racist policies that the Tampa Bay Times found out about and wrote a story in series called Biking While Black. And there was a group, the community was so upset that they put a group together called Tampa for Justice, which was 22 civil rights groups that came together to condemn those policies and take a hard look at how the city was treating poor people, homeless people, people of color. And as a result, there were a whole series of recommendations, none of which were listened to. And finally, the city council said, well, at least we'll look at, the city council by itself started to implement some of the policies. And one of them was the Citizen Review Board. And you guys can go back, and the public can go back and Google this. It's all written about in the Times and other places. But what happened then is that the city council started to put together its own Citizen Review Board. And then the mayor at the time, who wanted to be in control of everything, decided to pass an executive order to preempt the city council and make it so that he controlled it. So then city council codified that by putting in, so some of my colleagues were there at the time. And then through that process erupted a charter fight. And then an outside counsel was hired to in an attempt by the last mayor to prove that he had more power than city council. By charter, we have a strong mayor form of government, but the mayor does not control everything. And so we're talking about mayor and what happened in the executive order. We're not talking about this mayor. We're not talking about this police force. We're not talking about this city council. We're talking about a fight that happened 5 years ago. And underlying the meat and substance of all this is a charter fight, because city council codified this, but the last administration was not happy with that. And so they put out legal documents, which I've reviewed, and I've reviewed with council. And if I have to, I'll hire my own external counsel to prove that we city council have the right to do whatever we want with this. We can rewrite it. We can start a new one. We luckily have an administration now that wants to work with us and wants to work with the community to get these things resolved. But we need to also address some of the underlying charter issues, and we need to make sure it's cleaned up. What I think some of the language that was embedded in this, put in by previous city attorneys, not by this city attorney's office, were clauses that, whereas clauses and other things that preempt city council's power by charter and hands city council's power to a mayor, and not this particular mayor. And what we need to do is go through and clean that up. And I don't want to have a long conversation about it right now, but to prevent a big public discussion about it, what I would ask is that, and we can pass a motion on this if we want, but I would like for the city attorney's office and our attorney, Marty, and if Marty needs to get outside counsel to help us, we can, but we need to work through these charter issues. And in the meantime, what I would suggest is that we look at the substance of what's been proposed today. I prefer to make a motion on the red line version presented by Tampa for Justice. I think they've done thorough research. It doesn't hurt the police. It's not punitive toward the police, but it, as the expert said, it's in best practices that is done by the best cities nationally, where administrations and city councils try to have a positive relationship with their community. What I would recommend is that we ask once the charter issues are resolved, that we would ask either our attorney or the city attorney to draft the text of this to make sure in the next meeting that we're all on the same page about the content of it. And from that, then we would, after we've agreed to the content of it, then we would make a motion to pass an ordinance for first reading thereafter. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Citro, you're next, and Councilman Miranda, and we'll go back to Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that Councilman Vieira brought up the point of Citizens Review Board. I was chair of that for a year and was on that committee for some time. At the time, we had independent counsel. The now Honorable Barbara Twain Thomas was our independent counsel, and I would like for this board to have its own independent counsel. I'm sure it can be done, but if I may ask City Attorney, if you're still with us, there could be a charter review change for subpoena powers, but there are a lot of people that may be listening to this show right now, to our meeting right now, that don't understand how that would go about being. Who, what, how. If that could be explained, I understand the charter would have to go to a citizen's vote. So, Ms. Grimes, are you still there?
Yep.
Can you briefly explain how that would happen if that was going to be put on a charter change?
Mr. Citro, this is Andrea Zellman. Gina asked me if I would to just quickly brief you on this issue.
Thank you, Zellman. I do appreciate it. This is for the audience that's listening now.
Right. There are two ways in which the charter can be amended. One is that the city council can adopt an ordinance describing the proposed changes, and then they have to be submitted to a vote of the electors. So they would have to be included on the ballot at the next general election, or you would have to have a special election held. And then, of course, the charter amendment would be adopted if it's approved by a majority of the voting electors. The other way the charter can be amended is that 10% of those who were qualified to vote in the last city election could sign a petition. You'd have to get a petition signed by that percentage of those qualified voters. And then again, the proposed amendments would be included on a ballot at the next general election or have a special election held. And then the same thing applies, that the amendment or amendments would have to be approved by a majority of the voting electors. And this is spelled out in section 10.11 of our charter, section 10.07 of our charter, and Florida statutes 163.031. Thank you.
Ms. Zellman, thank you very much. Ms. Gina Grimes, thank you very much. Is Mr. Rashid still on the line? No, okay, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I made a statement and asked the questions, and I'm hoping that this can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Thank you very much, sir. Next,
yes, excuse me, Rashidi.
yes?
Yes,
Yes, sir,
Rashidi
you're
Kill
on.
is available.
If I may ask, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Rashid, in all the times you've been with the CRB, in how many cases have there been where it's been proven that TPD did anything wrong or stepped outside of its boundaries?
And in my recollection, in the past year, obviously with the virus, we haven't had our regular scheduled meetings. In the past year, there were two sustained cases where we found that we did not agree with policies and procedures in reference to the officers' behavior.
Thank you. And what actions did the board take to those two in the last year?
We did create a recommendation, I believe, to Chief Dugan. In retrospect, he did respond. And again, we do not have any say-so in reference to the disciplinary action, but there was some disciplinary action taken. But I believe we provided our service with bringing that to the public's view. And Chief Dugan was able to respond and also provide reason of support of. So we did our service by bringing it to the public, and we took a vote on it, and it was an anonymous vote likewise.
When Chief Dugan responded, did the board agree with his statements toward the disciplinary actions?
It was a split decision.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next up, Councilman Miranda, then Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate everyone speaking today. We certainly heard a lot of information to digest and to go forward. I want to thank all parties, including those from the city, from the CRB board, from the ACLU, and all the participants who spoke today. I think it takes a lot of us to make something changes and make things for the better of all society, and I think we're on the right track to do that. Saying that, so many things were brought up today. They want to do things in one way that's much more simpler to make it, and some talked about the charter change. And I'm just going to say this. I want to thank Mr. Vieira for how he spoke and a wild range of items that he spoke about, and I really appreciate the comfort of hearing what he said. For the benefit of all, the simple things can be changed, but it's also simple things can be reversed very quickly, just like the change. Therefore, I believe long-term, not just short-term, not just for who is elected during this period of time, and I'm talking about the council members, it would be the benefit long-term for all the citizens of the city of Tampa if the charter change would be done. It has a decision much broader and much more comforting for all the citizens of Tampa, including the CRB board, the ACLU, the city attorney's office, any other items that have to be brought up was expected for change would be done by the citizens with council review, putting it on an agenda for a vote in an election. And I think that long term, it would be much better to do something that takes a little bit more time, takes a little bit more energy, but you have a little bit more of a breathing room to say, you look at what we accomplished together, not one side, not the other side, but in conjunction with both sides getting together and having a reasonable thing put in the vote for the public so that we can say this is basically long-term, not just simple term, whereby a stat number of 4-3 vote by this council, it could be changed. I'm sure that this council would hold true for the duration of their time that they was to pass. But what about future councils? You have to look at something not for yesterday or today or tomorrow, but for future of long term. The stability of this CRB review board is based on not what we do in a simple fashion, but what we do long term that codifies the needs of the board, the needs of the people, so we can have a more comprehensive view of what the changes are. And I don't know when the next vote could be taken up by the public, because that takes an election of some sort. And unless there's challenge, I think that we should look in the form of putting it on an ordinance for the general public to vote on, so that they can understand and appreciate the hard work of the citizens of the CRB, of board, and of ACLU. So those are the things that I'm looking at, and I feel that that would be the best way of handling something long-term. You don't want to put a Band-Aid, because Band-Aid and a balloon will pop on the other side. You want to put a complete new balloon up so that it's much stronger and much more relationship with the facts of society than what we had yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. Councilman Felder.
Mr. Chairman, am I going to have an opportunity to address a couple of the council members' comments before you go into?
Let's go to Councilman Dingfelder, then I'll wrap it up, and then we'll go to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, thank you, Aaron. This is a great discussion. I wish we were able to, at a minimum, see each other while we're having this discussion, but we're doing good audio with audio. I think it's very healthy. Let me start off by agreeing with Councilman Carlson in regard to your legal conclusion, and Bill, I agree with you 100%. I was up till 2 a.m. reading all these memos from the ACLU. Everybody, I hope you have a copy of Mr. Shelby's memo dated September 2nd of 2015. And I think most of that is, I'm sure Mr. Shelby would still stand by, except there's one part that's moot because it got changed by the charter review. That's an amendment to 5.03, but otherwise, everybody needs to make sure they've got Mr. Shelby's memo dated September 2015, because he took a very strong position, and I believe he still stands by it. But I read all the memos with a very open mind, and I also read the ACLU's memo, and I read Ms. Clapholtz's 10 items of suggesting 10 additional changes over and above that. Mr. Miranda, I respect you tremendously. The longevity and service that you provided to the city over decades gives you a unique perspective, and that perspective is long-term. And you recognize that long-term, short-term, these ordinances can come and go. The executive orders can definitely come and go, but the way you really codify something is to put it in the charter. And so I'm not saying we should punt and not do anything. I think we should do as much as we can with the ordinance. But then I do agree with you 100% that within the next couple of months, we should also put together an ordinance to put something on the ballot. So Mr. Miranda, I applaud you for that suggestion. Mr. Carlson, I have to disagree with you on one point. The legal issues and the legal loggerheads will not get resolved. They're not going to get resolved. I know Ms. Grimes for decades, and she's not going to put something in a 24-page memorandum unless she feels strongly about it and is going to stick to it. She's had plenty of other input from me and everybody else. And that's where they are. And likewise, I know Mr. Shelby. He feels strong. So I don't think we should hold our breath on getting those legal issues resolved. But what we can do is push the legal issues aside temporarily. And as I believe Mr. Vieira suggested, and Mr. Citro, is let's try and get to the meat of the stuff. Let's try and get to the substance and see what we can agree on. At the end of the day, if we don't agree, then we'll deal with it in whatever way we need to deal with it. But right now, let's see what we can agree on. So that leads me to some details. In regard, and we heard a wonderful presentation by the woman, what's her name, Cameron, who runs the organization of all of these boards. You know, she doesn't have a dog in this fight. She's not a Florida person. She's out of the Midwest, but she knows how these boards operate, and she knows what the best practices are. And I went to her website and spent hours looking at her website and all the different models across the country. And I think one of the most important things is independence. And she stressed that. And the independence part is really, really important, not only on a day-to-day practical basis, it might not matter so much, but it's the perception of independence. That's really the critical part. The community perception is diminished right now, and we have to do something to fix it. So I know I can't make the city attorney do anything, and I know I can't make the mayor do anything, but I have two requests. One request to the city attorney, which is a compromise position, and I've tossed it out to her prior to saying it right here. And I'm going to request, and maybe the board, this council will agree with me, that the city attorney include language in the ordinance that appoints a standby conflict counsel. So in other words, on a day-to-day basis, one of Ms. Grimes' attorneys will be the regular counsel. But if that CRB board all of a sudden sees an issue or has a case where you know that's really, really hot, and they don't feel that our regular city attorney, assistant city attorney, can be completely 100% objective, then they would have a right to say, you know what, let's call Mr. Jones or Mrs. Smith our standby conflict counsel because we need them for the next meeting or two. So that would be my request to the city attorney, is to consider that. I don't know if I need to do it by a motion. I'll let Ms. Grimes respond to that. My other request, and I just texted the mayor about this, and I've made this point a couple of weeks ago to the administration. In regard to independent staff, again, this is a question of perception. Who is sitting next to the chairman, or who's sitting down at the end of the dais? Is it a sworn TPD officer who might be well-meaning and fantastic, but the perception is it's the fox in the hen? Instead, and then Ms. Grimes makes good arguments about why we might not want to spend a lot of money or train people on the outside to do this. But we have a community relations staff, and that is headed up by Ms. Asia Wynn. And I believe that the point of setting up that big community relations department is to deal with community relations. And what more community relations do we have than this? So what I would respectfully request the mayor, which I've already done, and I'm waiting for an answer back from her, is to see if she would agree to ask or direct the community relations staff to be staff for this body. It's a compromise. It's not totally outside and independent, but it's more independent than having a sworn TPD officer. Okay, those are the biggies. Let me hit a couple of the minor ones and then I'll shut up. This on page, let's see, on page 2, paren 4, it says to conduct a community survey every 3 years to obtain public feedback. I'm going to suggest at some point or another, right now I'll just suggest it to Ms. Grimes, since she's carrying the water for the administration on this, that the community survey happen every 2 years, because I think every 3 years is a long period of time. So I'm going to suggest that would be every 2 years. My next suggestion is on page 2 at the bottom, paren 7, which says that the board would report findings and make recommendations to the mayor and police chief. And all I would ask there is that we be carbon copied. So that way we can stay abreast. I'm not saying, you know, that we would get involved, because I know that would freak everybody out. But I'm just saying that city council as a body would be carbon copied with those regular findings that the board makes to the mayor and to the police chief. I think that's a healthy involvement on the sidelines for us. In regard to the membership and how the members are appointed, I appreciate Mayor Castor giving up one of her members and we get additional member. But I think what the community is really saying is what is the community, what's the direct community input on appointing members? So what I would suggest is maybe city council appoints 3 members, the mayor appoints 3 members, so we're even, and that somehow or another we figure out a way for the community to appoint 4 members. And maybe that's through the East Tampa CRA and the West Tampa CRA, you know, and some other similar types of, you know, quasi-official bodies. And then of course the NAACP would have their standing position. That still comes out to 11, but at least it gives the community more direct input in terms of 4 out of the 11 positions. This one's very minor. Somebody suggested that they go through the police academy and that they do 9 hours of ride along, but they only have 3 months to do that after the date of their appointment. I think that's rather fast. You know, people have lives and they might not be able to organize and get to the police academy and do 9 hours of ride along, which is 3 different nights of ride along within the first 3 months. So I'm going to suggest we extend that to 6 months. And that's the top of page 5, paren 6. I also, on page 5 as well, in regard to the external training, I think paren 6, or one of those parens that speaks to training should specifically talk about external training as related to training from USF, training about civil liberties, training about civil rights, training from the ACLU. Because if we truly want an unbiased board, we can't just have them do a ride along with the cops and go to the police academy. We need to give them balance in terms of training. And so I do strongly believe that training needs to come from, in addition to TPD, it also needs to come from the other side of the aisle in regard to civil rights and civil liberties. And then I think that's all I have for today, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to do it in the form of a motion right now. I think Mr. Shelby and some others, Mr. Carlson, had the idea that Ms. Grimes can take all this feedback back to the administration and we can wrestle with it. But they can mull it over. I'm getting a text from Mayor Castor that indicates she might, want to talk about some of these issues, and I appreciate Mayor Castor and her participation and involvement in this. So anyway, that's all I've got, Mr. Chairman, and I hope you could hear me this whole time.
Yes, sir. I heard you, and I appreciate this discussion. It is very, very important. I appreciate the ideas of all the council members that spoke, Councilman Miranda, Vieira, Carlson, Dingfelder, Citro, Councilman Good. My main issue is the appointment to the board and who has the majority, whether it's council or the mayor. And I like, now that I've heard Councilman Dingfelder's idea of, how it's split and the community involvement and whatnot, I think that's a good avenue. In regards to, something I would have brought up in regards to the appointments would be, why does the city council not have the majority of the appointments? And the reason I say that is the mayor is the chief law enforcement individual in the city of Tampa, who appoints the police chief, who oversees all that, even though the police chief has to come to council for approval. But still, you can't get any stronger mayor form of government than that. However, when it comes to this board, because we want independent review, we want that independent voice. I like Councilman Dingfelder's idea. That's something new that I've been pondering for the last 2 minutes since he brought it up. But it should have more of a balance. I don't think the mayor should have the majority control, the majority voice. I don't think there's any need for that. It's not a matter of trust or distrust. The mayor has a significant amount of authority. The mayor appoints the police chief. The mayor oversees essentially the police department. The mayor, as we have now, was the former chief of police. So in order to build trust with the community, in order to maintain a balance, I think the structure of the appointees should change, whether it's majority by council, let's say it's 6-4, and then the NAACP representative, or as Council Member Dingfelder brought up, which I like the idea because it now goes to the community And as he mentioned, West Tampa, East Tampa, CRA, however we structure it, however we look at that, but it gives the people the power, because the people vote us in. The people should have a voice in who is on this board. And I think it enhances the relationship, it enhances the trust, because everybody has a stake in it and everybody has a voice. So I appreciate that. I appreciate this discussion. I'm going to stop there. Is there any motion from council? Is there any response?
Vera, if I may.
And Mr. Chairman, I still need to address council on a lot of different issues before you start making motions.
Okay.
And I don't have a motion. And I don't, yeah. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your remarks. I appreciate everybody's remarks. You know, Councilman Dingfelder just listed a long list of proposed changes. Upon initial impression, I think the vast majority of them are things I can get behind. There is, again, and I'll restate my concern, with radically changing the appointment process on the board. The big issue is what's going to happen to the people who are there, and are they going to be, and again, this isn't anybody's intent, but there's always unintended consequences. You know, we've got a lot of people on that board right now who are wonderful people making great contributions. Dr. Carolyn Collins, Bemitra Ligon, Lincoln Tamayo, so many people. I believe all those folks are mayoral appointments. My idea would be to, again, give council, I want to be clear, I support giving council a majority of the appointments. I respectfully propose that the way to do it is to have one of those appointments revert to council upon retirement of the next person who is a mayoral appointment. I think that is the way that gives council a majority of appointments while respecting the service of those folks who are on the board. But just my opinion. But all the other ideas, upon initial impression, very positive changes. So thank you, Councilman Dingfelder, for your leadership as always, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very
Chair.
much. Wait,
Mr. Chair.
who is that? Carlson?
Carlson.
And then after you, we're going to Ms. Grimes.
Yeah, I just thought that maybe I could save Ms. Grimes some time now. If I don't know if anybody else has a motion, but the motion I would make is that Ms. Grimes and her staff take the input that has been received today from the public and from City Council and come back to us with a new draft in a month or whenever they want. And in the meantime, that the City Attorney's Office work with the City Council Attorney's Office to work out, if needed, any charter amendment issues. So if that motion is acceptable, maybe we could skip the long conversation about the charter issues. Otherwise, happy to entertain information.
Before you make a formal motion, I would like Ms. Grimes the opportunity to give her the opportunity to respond, and then we'll go to that. Ms. Grimes.
Yes, and out of respect for Mr. Shelby and Councilman Dingfelder, who have both requested that I not address some of the legal arguments that are inherent in everything that you're discussing right now. There are all kinds of legal issues associated with the charter and the separation of powers and the creation of boards. But I'm not going to address them out of respect for the two of them. But I can say with a great degree of certainty that the motion that you're about to make, Mr. Carlson, is not something that I think can be fulfilled by my office as far as drafting an ordinance. I think that in general, the concept of creating an independent board and making the CRB independent is something different and apart from what currently exists. And to do that would require a charter amendment. I also want to point out that you mentioned earlier, and it's in your motion, that I work with, the comments that have been provided by various organizations in the public, including the ACLU. Even a cursory review of the ACLU's proposal will show you that they're proposing that this board have investigative authority, so and be an investigative panel, and have subpoena power, both of which are not possible under our charter. So that I needed to address that up front. Mr. Miranda, you mentioned that you don't think it's appropriate to move forward with this because it's nothing more than a Band-Aid, and I take objection with that, because this has been a well thought through and researched proposal that would make substantial improvements to the existing CRB. And I think that if we move forward with what we propose today, that we would be making progress. Maybe it wouldn't be the perfect ordinance that would be supported by the ACLU, but it is a substantial enhancement to the board's authority, and it's substantial progress in trying to create public trust in TPD. The other thing, the other issues I wanted to address were raised by Mr. Dingfelder. You mentioned that you had reviewed Mr. Shelby's opinion from 2015, and I have as well as all the other opinions, and reviewed transcripts, listened to audio tapes from the Charter Review Committee back in 2017. We have spent hours and hours and hours of research and writing and evaluation of different CRBs across the state, across the nation, and we have put together what we thought was a really worthwhile proposal. And it's actually very disappointing to me that you all have looked upon it as you know, nothing more than just some sort of token response to the public's comments. The public had some very valid comments, and we tried to respond to that in substance. And so it's disappointing that we've gotten sort of off on a tangent here about a wish list of what the CRB could do. I think your wish list is going to require a charter amendment, and I'm letting you know that right up front. Mr. Dingfelder, you had several other comments and requests that I thought were very reasonable, and I see no reason why we couldn't incorporate some of those into the existing draft and move this matter forward. I will consider your request about your specific request, not some of the others that were mentioned, but your specific request with respect to this, quote, standby conflict council, if there was a conflict between the CRB and the city. But some of the other proposals, as you know, they go too far, and they're just not possible under the charter. So that's kind of where I'd like to leave it on the issue of appointments, on the issue of the boards. And again, Mr. Dingfelder and Mr. Shelby don't want me to get into this, but there's an issue under the charter with respect to who has the right to make the appointment. So I'm not going to discuss it or argue it, but I'm just letting you know that. But Mr. Carlson, the motion that you're making right now is not feasible under the charter.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, could I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, sorry, my intent was not that you would take everything you heard and put it into a draft. Instead, that you would take everything you've heard and think about it in consideration, come back with a new proposal that would be modified from the past. There was some feedback we've heard today was conflicting. You know, we also heard from the PBA. And so I understand all the hours that your team has put in this, and I appreciate it. I know they've looked at a lot of different cities. But just with the requests of the community and some of the requests and thoughts of City Council, the only thing I would ask in a motion is that you all come back to us in a month with a revised draft. In the meantime, you could have spoken to each of us individually too, and ideally, if we just take another month to look at the draft, it will come back better than this one even.
And
Vera, if I may.
This is what I can commit to, Mr. Carlson, is that the ACLU gave me a list of 10 different changes they wanted to see to my draft. And as I mentioned to them or told them yesterday, Ms. Clapholt, that the changes identified there were 5-6 changes that I thought were reasonable and didn't require any kind of charter amendment. And I'd be happy to work with them as far as amending our draft to incorporate these issues that she raised in this email that she sent to me.
Great. I'm sorry, did you call me Mr. Chair? I'm sorry, this is Louis Vera.
Yeah, I thought I heard your voice a second ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, I believe that we should move forward with something today that takes up some of the ideas that Councilman Dingfelder talked about in his last statement, many of which are reasonable. I believe Ms. Grimes, correct me if I'm hearing you wrong, Ms. Grimes, was amenable to many of them. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. To move forward with something that which the administration has put, and thank you, ma'am, that which has been put forward. Take away the ideas with regards to separate counsel, which I strongly support, a majority of votes coming from council, which I strongly support. This moves us forward significantly. Where this council has, I believe, a majority that wants those two things to get in there. Separate council, a majority of appointments coming from council, from city council. We're going to respectfully, I think, be pushing for that, but we would be fools to not move forward on a proposed ordinance today, an ordinance to be drafted, and then to have a dialogue on those points that we want to continue to push for those points. We shouldn't just leave this alone. We should move forward because this makes real progress from the community. And I believe that we can work forward on the appointment issue with city council and on separate council in the next month. We can talk about that. And again, I support those, but we would be fools if we let go of this moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Goods, and then
Yes, Mr. Chair.
go ahead.
Thank you, sir. You know, I know Ms. Grimes, her team, Ursula, they work very, very hard. And when I look at when we at first asked them, when I first made the motion for a few things, the administration came back with a lot of things. You know, this is like a double-edged sword. You're never gonna make everybody happy. But what I can say, I think we can possibly move forward with some of the ideas put forth today. But I do believe that there are some charter issues. And I believe down the road, sooner rather than later, that we're going to have to address those charter amendment issues and get those on the books. Mr. Miranda is correct. He's been here a long time. He understands how this works. He's what I call the old commander, full of wisdom. And he is right. Eventually, you can't put a Band-Aid on something. I believe we've got a great, great, great tourniquet that's on this thing right now to stop the bleeding at this particular point. But I think eventually we're going to have the surgeon come in to look at some of the charter amendment situations and be able to get with everybody involved to get the right fix, to get the right surgeon, to get some of the things changed in the charter so we can move forward and put this issue to bed. Those are my two good points on it. Is see what we can move on today, but down the road, sooner than later, we've got to look at the charter and change some things. Thank you, sir. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Miranda, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize to Ms. Grime and to the whole legal department if it was taken in a simple way that I meant for a Band-Aid. A Band-Aid, in my estimation, what I thought I said it clearly, was only to make a simple change, and it could be changed by a simple reversing it with this council or other councils in the future. The Band-Aid comes to what Mr. Good said, and putting it into a charter change so you get a new balloon instead of one that's got many holes to fill before it got there. And I apologize again if it was misconstrued. However, I agree with Mr. Dingfelder on the 6 months versus 3 months for that person to have the requirements to continue of service. And I also caution, I believe Mr. Dingfelder said, and the others, one or two coming from the CRAs. However, the CRAs do not compose the majority of the citizens of the city of Tampa when you look at population-wise. So maybe we can fix it somehow. He can leave the charge, and I'd be more than happy to second that part. And I forgot the third part. There's been so many things. I got so many little pieces of papers here. You think I'm back in elementary school trying to learn the ABCs, which maybe I should have learned a little bit better when I had the chance. But these things are paramount. I think we've certainly taken some leapfrog improvements on what we had before. First of all, we're talking to each other. All of us involved. And that's the first case section of solving a problem, but everybody's working towards solving a problem, at least not arguing with each other. And I'm very appreciative of the city, of the ACLU, of all that came today and spoke, of the CRB board. And it's been a welcoming and an improvement And it's something that has to be taken care of, in my opinion, again, like Mr. Good said, in a charter change. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I would like to, I agree with the things my colleague said, but listening to all of that, we still need time to figure out the wording and what exactly would go in this. And I think we need to look at it one more time before we officially set up a first hearing for an ordinance. And in the meantime, we need the legal department to work out the charter, the issues behind the scenes. So I would like to go ahead and make a motion. I would like to make a motion that the city attorney's office and the city council attorney take into consideration the public comment, expert comments, and comments from city council to develop a new draft to be presented at the November 19th meeting, and that they discuss and work out solutions to charter changes regarding this issue.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson for November 19th under staff reports. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion for discussion.
No, Mr. Chairman, there is absolutely no way we could have it done in 2 months. Absolutely no way.
How much time do you need? I have the calendar in front of me, Councilman Carlson. We have December 17th.
If we're going to be working on whether all these issues that exist under the charter with the proposals, and we're looking at what the ACLU would like to have in it, and we're looking at what the PBA would like to have in it, and then we got to deal with the charter issues, it's probably 6 months away.
6 months. So we're looking at.
But
I have as far as April.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, it's Martin. No, it's Martin Shelby. Or
yes, sir, go
Councilman Dingfelder?
No, Shelby.
Okay, thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Thank you, and thank you to City Council and to Ms. Grimes. I've been listening to the discussion very closely, and I've heard the concerns of council members, and I understand the consensus of this council. And correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are a lot of great things within this ordinance upon which this council can agree. And I believe that was stated by many, and I believe very eloquently by Councilman Vieira. The question, Councilman Carlson, could you sort of bifurcate it? Now, there are, rather than charter changes, there may be charter issues that don't necessarily have to be addressed in this ordinance go forward, and I think they can possibly be resolved. And that was my conversation that I made earlier, and my conversation yesterday with only an hour's time that we've had, unfortunately, with Ms. Grimes. I think that the first part of your motion to come back with the language based on what was said today to move forward with an ordinance does move this forward, while we can identify and discuss, maybe perhaps when we come back, the kind of issues that have been resolved and may need to be resolved later on through a charter change. I think, I don't think it's council's intention to put this off for 6 months. I think the community is asking this council and this administration for action, and you have the tools in front of you to be able to do that.
Well, I don't have the tools to draft an ordinance to draft an ordinance that takes into account everything that was said today. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We've been at this for 5 hours now. How in the world am I going to draft something that takes into account everything that was said today? It's an impossible task. What does that mean?
And that's a very good point that the city attorney makes. Council, my suggestion in that case is, because there's a lot has been discussed, and quite frankly, I cannot determine from where I sit now what the consensus of council is. So my suggestion is, if you want to ask after this, if you want to just put this off for a little bit of time, for twofold, for the administration to reflect upon what they heard today, and for the opportunity for me and Ms. Grimes to just work out our issues so that we don't have to have this lengthy public discourse, and it doesn't have to be 6 months or 3 months. So my recommendation, council, is it looks like what you have in front of you is something that's a workable item, and it's council's pleasure. But my suggestion to you is, please be specific in your motions to the city attorney so that she has clear direction, because what she is saying is in fact true. It's an impossible task based on an amorphous motion based on everything that's been said today.
Okay.
I would respectfully ask council to be more specific and reflective about what they're going to be asking of the administration as a result of what they've heard, not only the public, but especially what they've heard each other say today.
Okay. Councilman Vieira, I heard you chime in. If not, I'm going to go back to Carlson.
No, I was just going to mention something, but I think it's Mr. Shelby's comments, I think, made that, I would think, superfluous. Yeah, and again, I will say, since I was called upon, thank you, Mr. Chair, that we have a lot to work with. And again, I